All right, all right. Happy hump day. The week is going quick. It always does on a holiday week. I hope you all had some wonderful action yesterday. And if you didn't, don't worry. Today might be the day. We're not going to force trades, but we are going to take a look at the levels. We're going to take a look at our favorite assets, our ES, our NQ, the new asset I invented yesterday, EQ. We're also going to take a look at VIX. We're going to take a look at gold. We're going to deliver you the most interesting chart of the day. But before all that, I've got a couple interesting announcements for you all. First, I'm going to go in order of interestingness and try to bestow some gifts upon everybody who's here early with us every day and watching early with us every day. In 2 days, I'm going to be getting married this coming Saturday. 2 days, 3 days. I'm calling it 2 days because I'm excited and want to get there. I am going to be streaming from the wedding a promo / giveaway for our loyal chat viewers. That's right. I do not have permission from my fiance or from MyFundedFutures yet to do so, but I will work on securing those permissions. And just want to let everyone know who's here in the chat early every day that we'll have some sort of special bonus giveaway happening on Saturday. So stay tuned for that. Set up your notifications, subscribe, alerts on, and you'll be eligible to win. You'll have less competition for that one. Second, we heard all of your feedback about giveaway systems and how we want to do it. We've been running this show for about a month now. We've tried a couple different systems of how we want to bestow gifts upon our audience. We think that what we deliver in terms of the educational content, the trade ideas, the setups, the community, etc., is enough to keep y'all entertained, engaged, make you better traders. But we also want to set up a little system so that way those of you who are with us every day can win and participate and benefit from accounts that we're giving away. So we're going to be doing things a little bit differently today. We're going to have some of our larger batch giveaways. We're going to have some forms to fill out where there's random selection. We're going to have giveaways for comments, giveaways for viewership, and more and more. So stay tuned today. It's going to look a little differently today, but I think it'll be fun as we're figuring out what system works best for all y'all. Third, we are running for 4.5 hours today. That's right. We're soft launching the next 2 hours of MyFunded TV. So we have our flagship show from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Eastern. That's where you are hanging out now. We then have our segment with Ash Trades. And then we've got 2 surprise segments that are going to be starting today and continuing into the future. So clear your calendar. Tell your mom, hey, Mom, I can't go to lunch anymore. MyFunded TV is rolling all day. So I'm going to be hanging out with these guys and watching with them all day. So with that, I'm going to ask you to like the stream. I'm going to ask you to share the stream. And I'm going to invite our dear friends, Mr. VPE Forrest and Miss Bull Barbie on to the stream with us.
Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Traders.
I have already shared the link in the Discord, so we should get lots of great viewers today.
Let's go.
All right, so you already shared.
Your friends too. I already shared it.
All right. Chat, did you already share the link? Did you already like the stream?
I already liked the stream. I'm on top of it today. Got to make sure chat's with me, though.
All right. So like I said, we're going to do, let me count this out. How many rounds of giveaways we're doing today? We're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds of giveaways today, all in different formats. I'll set the bounty for the first one, which will be back to how we did it when we were having viewership targets. I'll set the count at 650. And again, we're going to have other randomized giveaways and all that throughout the next 4.5 hours here. But March to 650, we're back. It is on. Barbie, what's happening with ES today?
Well, we got some stuff happening. I think the big thing, we'll start at data real quick, or, the planned news and stuff. There's not that much. We have the Richmond Manufacturing Index coming out at 10. So we do need to like be aware of that and not have any massive positions that aren't protected on then. The big one though is FOMC this afternoon. So that'll be 2 o'clock Eastern. And we talked about that yesterday. It's not as big as when they release the actual minutes. But what's actually even potentially bigger than that after is NVIDIA earnings. So everything that I'm doing, I'm kind of thinking about what could NVIDIA earnings potentially do today. So everyone's kind of waiting on that. This is the daily. We're still, wait, no, this is the weekly. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the daily. Here's the daily. We're still hanging out between this range, but we're kind of getting towards the upper end of it. So there's definitely room for the market to move higher still. There's definitely room for it to test lower. And so the other thing that I really wanted to point out, I think some people get kind of hung up on it's really hard to find these levels. And I want to show how clean this price action on the hourly is right now with just these swing high, swing low, swing high, swing low, swing high, swing low. So I'm really just kind of watching to see if this pattern continues. We do have a little bull flag happening on the hourly right now. So what I'm looking for is, this is just those markets taking those inhale breaths and exhale breaths, making a swing high, coming back down for a swing low. But what happens is, I haven't even added these levels except for like the little pre-market highs and lows. The market is going to go where it's going to go, and we're just kind of waiting for the triggers to make it happen. So the market goes up to a level and then it retraces back down to the new support that it broke through. And so that's the current structure. And until that changes, we trade what we have. So if we keep kind of making that sort of move, we have these targets up here. We're really kind of hanging around this magnet level from last week, but we didn't spend much time with it. So I kind of left it as a magnet level for this week. So the chop plan would kind of be, we just kind of hang around the 59.40 to 59.50 area on ES. But if we keep kind of filling out this pattern, we have the targets that I mentioned yesterday are still open above 59.50. So we had a pre-market high and a regular trading hours high back from the 20th and 21st. So those are the obvious targets up there right at 59.56 and 58. But above that, we still have this daily fib that we can look for, the 59.70. And then we start getting into these highs that we've put in recently on this other move that I was showing you on the daily where we were up, and we've got these highs up here we can kind of look for. And that puts us kind of at the top of this range where we would potentially be breaking out or rejecting back down. So for today, I'll kind of narrow this back down to the actual price action that I was kind of looking for today. So the chop scenario would be the 59.40 up to 59.50. The bullish continuation would be hitting these targets in the upper 59.50s up to 59.58 and potentially up to 59.70. And then beyond that, we have 59.80 and we're heading up to the 6,000 area up there. If we cannot maintain this structure and the structure starts breaking down, maybe NVIDIA has some horrible numbers. I don't know if they will. We can talk about that maybe, but if everything kind of falls apart later, the clue would be the support breaking. So we've crossed through this level and tested back down. So now that's support around the 59.20 area. So we'd be losing the 59.20 zone. Then we're going to be targeting 5,900. We could bounce back up from there, but if the 59.20 holds us, then we're going to be looking down here to 58.85. So the price action is actually pretty clear on ES right now. So this has been some pretty tradable stuff. We even had a really nice kind of move already this morning. If anybody was up early, this little break here, and then this little break here, nice little early morning breakfast. Dun, dun, dun. What do y'all think?
I like it. I did not catch that move personally. I was thinking about that move though, but it happened at 2 a.m. and I was asleep. So yeah, I did not catch
this one. Was at 6, so you just had to be up early feeding your horses and stuff.
I was at 6 a.m. Yeah, I was.
Well, 6 for me, I think.
whatever. I was whatever time that
You're
was.
getting your beauty. Yeah,
I
I
haven't had
get
the
it.
charts yet. I'll tell you that. How long have I been trading? Like 8 or 9 years. I think I was saying 8 years 2 years ago. So probably more like 9 or 10 years. Long time. I'm old.
You're young.
I bought
Older
my
than
first
I
stock
was.
in like September 2007 or something like that. With all the money I had in the world, like $400.
Really?
And then 2008 recession happened.
Nice.
I was a heartbroken 13-year-old boy.
Fun fact, and when I was in college, there was like a international trading competition. It was paper. And I got second place by just buying up a bunch of marijuana stocks. So
that was a great year. That's what it's 2014, right?
I was doing that on Robinhood too, actually. I didn't know what I was doing, but they would come up as suggested. I was like, okay, we'll do that one.
When it was before 2014 because I was still in college. It was like I don't know when it was, man. Like 2010 or something.
I had one of those great college trading competitions where they didn't do the rules right. Like they just didn't consider that we were degenerates. You put all of the money into like out of the money, like the entire portfolio into like way out of the money calls. It was like a 3-month thing. And they hit, and I was like plus, 2,600% or something like that. One nationwide competition.
Nice.
Yep.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. Let's see how Terry gets it done and what Terry thinks of what Barbie just shared. I'd like to welcome her on.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Terry.
Yes, I liked what you shared, Barbie. I
You look so official with your headset today.
Right? I look like a professional streamer.
Yeah.
You are a professional streamer.
You are now.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Barbie, you're making me feel like I want to try and trade ES. I've just been only trading NQ mostly.
It's kind of, I have a video coming out tomorrow where I was talking about this a little bit, but sometimes if you really are wanting to be aggressive, NASDAQ can be better, especially when you're looking for a big reversal or a big breakout. Like NASDAQ tends to have that bigger reaction, but if you want to be a little more chill, sometimes ES is your girl.
Yeah. I can go for some chill for sure.
There's times for both, right?
Yes. Forrest, what are you thinking about NQ?
Yeah, put me in, coach. All right, so we're gonna start on the weekly. We are approaching my higher price target that I put yesterday or the day before, whenever that was. Can't remember, guys, honestly. But 21,675, which is right past this little cliff here, and some previous highs, I think, on the daily. I'm on the weekly right now again. So we have this like kind of weekly flag that's forming. It's Wednesday, so we need to think about, just like every week, what is most likely for the weekly candle? What would make sense for this weekly candle closure? I know you guys like to go to really low time frames, but the trades that you get on the lower have to support the narrative of the weekly. So if you look at this chart right now and you're like, Forrest, I think that this bar is going to close something like this, right? That means that you should probably be long biased, right? If you are like, Forrest, with the candle as it is right now, I think it's going to close and do like a top wick or something, right? You can use your imagination right now. Then you would want to be short biased because there's only 3 days, 3 sessions left in the week, and we have a candle right now that's kind of like an engulfing lower volume candle, right? We had a holiday week, but it's lower volume, no wicks on this thing. So that's what I'm thinking about. It's Wednesday. We have FOMC at 2, so we know on FOMC days that typically the day is chill until 2 p.m., right? So all of that is in my mind when I'm thinking about what am I going to do on the lower time frames. What is even possible is on the lower time frames, right? Those are the constraints of today. So let's go ahead and zoom in to a lower time frame. We'll go to the 4-hour. Okay, so on the 4-hour, we have this kind of local uptrend overall. We're in an uptrend overall still. So if you've been long biased, I know the last few sessions we had a little bit of a downtrend, but overall, right, for the last since you know, April 7th or 6th, whenever that was, if you held long enough, you'd be green. And that's still the case until the market proves otherwise. Okay, the market could be turning here, but until the market proves otherwise, it's so important still have a bias for longs. Obviously, shorts here would have worked as well in this area. But we have this kind of upwards channel-ish thing, right, going on right now. My price target higher, 21,600. I had another one that we already blew out, so I just got rid of everything on my chart. What we're going to do, just like we do every single day, we're going to mark out the 4 key levels. So we want to do prior day low, which is going to be really, there's the yesterday's like overnight. If we want to do the low of yesterday, we could do down here 189 and some change. Doesn't have to be exact. Really doesn't matter, to be honest. Prior day high obviously doesn't matter. We've got overnight low down here. This was the long that I wanted. So this long, you should have expected this dip, by the way, just based off of how the last session went. Okay, it's just a replay. Say this all the time. Market's going to do what if the market does something, it's going to do it at least once more, and very likely very soon. Okay, so whenever you're trading, this is a very, it doesn't matter what system you're trading at all. The market does some type of price action, you should just expect it to rerun that play. If you do that, if you think about that in your trading style, it will help you immensely. So we've got this little pullback overnight, morning pop up. Very likely this is going to pull back, very similar to yesterday here in the open. Very, very similar to yesterday. That's my expectation, at least, especially with FOMC happening. And this is probably a D shape on the session. But we got overnight low, and then for highs, we already have the macro target higher. There are all of these highs up here, right? There's this zone of highs right here, right, that we're going to take out, right, for this target higher. And we'll probably, just based off of the way that this is extended right here, push through this level a little bit. But if I was long, which I'm not, because I missed this entry, at least for a day trade, I would get out at 21,675. Now, let's say that we don't leave this range right here until 2 o'clock. Okay, which is very possible. It's very, very possible that we don't get much action until 2 outside of this range. At 2, I have no idea what's going to happen. So on FOMC in days like this, I 100% look to fade the price action. What do I mean by that? When I say fading a candle is waiting for a reversal signal. That doesn't mean that I just reverse it. That means I look to see if there's going to be a reversal, right? Or even another leg, or even another leg, right? So let's imagine FOMC gives us something like, you know, this, and then it consolidates, okay? Like this starts flagging, then I might play the next wave higher, but I'm not looking to play the first wave at all on these days. It's just too risky for me. And the actual money, right? I'm a very results-driven person. The actual money that I will make by being correct, if I play that, is no different than if I had just took a long yesterday. So you're basically in a riskier environment, not necessarily going to make more money. I just want to say that's very, very important, because I see people try to figure this stuff out all the time. They're like, I gotta solve FOMC. It's like, you literally do not have to do anything ever, okay? The goal of trading and having edge in a system is to make money. So if all your efforts isn't turning into profits, just do nothing instead. Just let it go, right? That's why also why I don't play earnings, okay, with futures. There's really, the amount of money in my pocket, it's not worth the risk. So yeah, those are levels. That's what I got. I was also looking, if I can, real quick, at platinum. Real quick. Platinum has kind of this flag going up here. So if platinum extends, we do like a measured move here. There's kind of 2 plays here. So platinum is going to go from here and all the way up, probably to around here. So 1164, do an option H, do PT higher, or this is going to fail. This flag will fail, and it's going to come all the way down to this other edge, or this other side of this red box. That's my expectation on platinum. So I am still watching that for like a swing trade setup.
So when you're watching that, Forrest, if you're trading from edge to edge, you're waiting for that reversal up top before you're going to jump in, like with platinum, for example?
Yeah, so in my system, I look for my signal candles are a higher volume doji, hammer, or shooting star. Okay, those are the default. So higher means the candle that closes either on the daily, the 4-hour, has to be a higher volume candle than the previous candle, and it needs to close in the direction of the trade. For example, if I had a high volume shooting star, down shooting star on the daily from here, I would be short right now, right? It's the opposite of what we saw on the weekly on NQ and ES, right? So on the weekly of NQ and ES, we swept these lows. We had a relatively higher volume up weekly close, right? A doji candle at the lows, right? So this is literally the only thing I look for my A trades. And whenever I see these, and it doesn't happen very often, to be honest, especially when we're trending. My system works really well, really well in more rangy environments. When we're trending, I tend to just play the trend. But yeah, this is like a perfect A setup. And that's why I'm still in swing calls right now, just off of this on the weekly.
Yeah, I like how clear your system is, like for entry. Like, okay, this is exactly what I'm looking for. So it's interesting how you talked about fading a candle is waiting for a reversal signal, because I love to get into reversal trades, but I don't wait. That's my tendency, is like in real life, you guys, I tend to be early. I'm the person that is rarely late. Like, I will show up early to make sure I'm on time. And the same exact thing happens to me in the markets. Like, I tend to be early because I just want to jump the gun. Like, and in the markets, that's not a good thing. It's a terrible thing. Yeah.
I think, and I used to do that a lot too. I think the thing that happens, especially if you're trading higher time, well, it actually happens on every time frame. But for example, if I'm trading we'll go to like a lower time frame, like 15 minute. If I'm trading the 15 minute and this candle has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and I'm like, oh, I have a down candle. I actually don't have a down candle. Like, that's false. That's not true, because this candle hasn't closed. This candle could close green. It'd be a pretty nasty move, but we've all seen that happen, right? We've all seen candles whipsaw in the very last, 10% of the candle in terms of time, right?
Yeah.
And what's really important about that too is it's kind of hard to talk about and especially show, because replay does not show candle formations in real time, right? It's something you have to record your screen. So I would recommend everybody get a screen recording tool, record your charts throughout the day, and go watch the candles form. How candles form is another like meta or layer of trading that really comes with chart time. But you can get a feel for the day if you think about, how did the last 3 candles close? So how did they look right before they closed? And then how did they close? How fast did how fast did the candle change? Because what's going to happen very likely is the every candle in the day, right? It's going to keep running that play over and over and over again. And that's where some of you guys keep like, why do I keep getting chopped up? And it's like, because you keep, getting in too early and not realizing that all of these candles have this behavior on the day or on the week or whatever. So it's another little layer to trading for all you guys. But yeah, you got to wait for the candle to close, because you're trading the candle, right? You can't trade the candle. This candle doesn't exist yet. There's actually an indicator you can turn off. My partner in my Discord, for a while, he would literally, the candle would not be on his chart until it closed.
Oh, that's cool. I think I need that one. So the market's going to open, you guys, in less than a minute. Let's see. We're at about unchanged from yesterday's close, up about 20 points. I did hit DLL, you guys, on my live account, so I won't be able to take the 5-minute orb in that account, which sucks, but that's okay. We will be looking at the open together. And Barbie, if you see something, definitely jump in. But yeah, it's FOMC minutes later today. I was thinking something similar for us, that it would be chopped during New York. But anything can happen, so we have to just pay attention.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like, I'm not even logged into my broker today. I don't plan to take a trade until the afternoon, because I missed, like, my plan was to take this long, So I could take the mean reversion that I expect here, like, you know, probably.
Yeah, I'm actually still in calls, like a call swing too. So that's what I'm kind of working on today, is kind of making sure I get all that stuff booked ahead of what could be a little interesting tonight. It's not just the meeting minutes, because we have NVIDIA earnings later today yet too.
Yeah.
Cool.
And the market was up, what, 2% yesterday. And NVIDIA pushed up higher. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, wow. There
Today,
goes Meta right out of the gates too. So we'll see. This could be a really interesting day. We are in a hourly bull flag. So I've been kind of paying attention to that too. It could be that we just kind of hang out in that bull flag another day before it gets ready to break up or down with all the drama later this afternoon.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
And sometimes the meeting minutes are pretty muted, but sometimes
Especially
there's a
lately.
surprise in there. Yeah. What would you guys say it's best to close out before an event like that?
Yeah.
So the way I look at it is, if I have a trade on it, if it was intended to go through some sort of drama or volatility like an FOMC meeting and NVIDIA earnings, that would be one thing. But if I have a trade that's just based on technicals, then that can get wiped out or ruined by that. So if it's a futures trade where it's something really, really liquid, I might be able to set a stop and protect it, but that's still really risky. But that's why I'm saying in this this call swing that I've had on SPY going on for a little while now, this is kind of that time where I'm making sure I have the profits that I need booked. And if I leave a runner, it's really super paid for and covered, and is not going to affect my my real what I'm going to make on the trade. Like, I'm not going to go red on the trade. So, and we do have in my Discord, we run an afternoon trade at 2:30 Eastern, and when we have volatility like this, I don't personally take it. So, just it's too close to volatility.
Is it with options, or are you guys doing it with futures?
It's with options.
Like a 0 DTE?
Yes, but we're selling them. It's an iron condor trade.
That's
So,
cool. Yeah, we'll have to have a fun options day sometime. Chat, does anyone else trade options?
someone was asking me, like, do I trade every day earlier? There were a few people asking me kind of something along that line. And do I have a setup every day? And the way that I kind of look at the market is, I have the structure and the levels that I'm watching, and then I can pair that with any sort of little entry strategy, whether it's the orb, which is what we've kind of been talking about now. That's a really good trade to talk about on this stream in particular. And then if I have any sort of breakout trade or reversal trade where I'm watching price action and things like that, I can tie that back in. And so I do have times a day when I'm watching, because like the New York Open, there's trades that happen at the New York Open. And then, like, I have options trades that are based on time too. And so that's how I structure my day kind of around these times that I can go look for these trades. But it doesn't always happen. So that's okay. But
it's so
there's plenty to
interesting.
do.
It seems like a lot of people who trade futures learn about options, or people who get into options like learn about futures.
I actually started in options. Yeah. I was encouraged to look at futures, and I was really stubborn about it at first, because I was doing really well with options. We're like, no, you just need to add this. So
yeah, you can get into trouble with options, but same with futures.
Yes, I'll say you can get into trouble with futures.
Yeah, wherever you go, trouble can find you.
Very true. Very, very true.
It's the psychology side of things. I did see that someone made a comment asking for more psychology trading information and education, which I think is very valuable, because so much of what we do is like the psychology. With dealing with emotions, and how do we deal with winning days? How do we deal with losing days?
I mean, I'm going to be a broken record on that. If you can't tell me why you took the trade you took 2 weeks ago on Tuesday, you're just not going to improve. You have to track your performance. You have to understand why you think the way that you think. Okay, because how you think is what your P&L looks like. Okay, and so if you made a mistake today, or even if you're green today, whatever your mode of thinking is, you're 100% going to wake up and operate the same way tomorrow. And you got to ask yourself, if my brain is a tool for trading, you know, is it a good tool, right? Or is it not, right? And you need to fix that. So I don't think there, and I say this as someone, by the way, okay, I was a software engineer by trade, thought that I could just come into the markets because it'd be super easy, but it's more psychological than it is analytical, right? Which is why I got so process oriented around, you know, my psychology. But I definitely was not a natural at trading, guys. Not at all. I've seen people who have become profitable way faster than I did. I suck. Okay, so that's why I'm so like, I just beat the horse on this because like I was not a natural. Like I sucked at this. So and that's how I got good. You know, it's just really taking it seriously. But yeah, you have to get crazy about performance tracking if you want to improve at any level.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a natural. I think I went into it thinking, oh, like I'm a really good student. Like I I know how to accomplish goals. Like I can follow directions. And no, it's none of that matters. Exactly. I was thinking when I hit DLL, I was thinking I really do need to work on discipline in my life in general, because like it is, whoever you are outside of trading, it shows up in your trading 100%.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, Barbie, you're muted. Barbie.
I don't know how I keep getting muted, but what was I saying? Oh, especially after our stream yesterday where we were just talking about all the mental prep and everything like that. People ask what your biggest breakthrough in trading is, and I think it is the self-work in figuring out what you actually have to fix and what you actually have to improve on and all that sort of thing.
And it's not easy to look in the mirror and say, "Oh,
no, it's not."
like, this is
ugly. You're mad. No, I'm kidding.
That trading account can really be a reflection, huh? So.
Yeah, yes. So, like you can't ignore that. Like, okay, if I keep hitting DLL or I keep losing accounts, like, what is it? What's happening here? Like, where are the areas that I have to improve? Yeah, you have to ask those hard questions, and it's not easy to look at yourself and say, okay, I suck at this part. But it's
Especially when it's stuff
important.
you didn't expect because it's not on the charts. It's on the other side.
Yeah, like it's in between the ears, right? It doesn't matter
Yeah.
like what's happening out there.
Yeah.
So true. So it looks like the market is up. NQ is up 45 points about right now. So not too much is happening. We are trading above yesterday's highs. I think yesterday high was at 21,488, I want to say.
Yeah. I have ES pulled up, but yeah, we should be above all that.
Yeah. It's pushing.
Yeah.
So that's information. Do you guys look at that? Like, okay, are we trading above yesterday's highs during the open?
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, it's kind of hard to have a bearish setup. That's why that was like my last kind of afterthought on it, because we are in a bullish mode. So
yep. I can't believe like we're already back to the prices that we were not that long ago.
That's just how, I mean, that's
really
what's
hard.
most interesting about like these times where it seems like the world is ending or everything's falling off a cliff. And it's like the market survived World War II, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the
That's
markets
really good
have
point.
the markets have a natural like upwards lean to them because we print, literally just the fact that we print more money creates stock prices to go up. The fact that more people get born causes stock prices to go up. Very loosely, unemployment force doesn't make sense. It does. It's because the more people that exist, they buy money at companies, and even crappy companies like net revenue will go up slightly year over year, which means their valuations will go up slightly over year. Stock price goes up, right? So there's a natural upwards pressure to the markets. And yeah, I mean, if and this is something, it's really scary too. Like, this is why I don't read the news like at all. Like I literally don't watch news. I don't read news because one, those people aren't traders, and two, it will get you fooled into thinking that like in this downtrend here on the weekly that the market's just going to fall off a cliff, you know, into perpetuity. And it's just like, when has that ever happened? You know, it just doesn't. Yeah, it gets rocky, but it always bounces back.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. All right. We're doing 7 giveaways today. Not all of equal size, but we are doing 7 rounds of giveaways. We're testing out some new systems. We said we would do a giveaway bounty when we got to 650 viewers. We did so. The next bounty is going to be at 1,000 viewers. And I'm not going to read the code out or tell you when it's coming on the screen. The code is going to magically appear. For those of you who are actively listening and paying attention and trying to learn and become better traders and improve yourselves, at the 1,000, the code will magically appear. But I'm giving you all the heads up now, and I'm giving you the verbal reading for the code that we have coming now. This is for resets. Do not complain that it's not accounts. We've done only accounts for the past 3 sessions, so this is for resets. People saying that we listen, we read the Reddit threads. I got something else cooking for you, so just stay tuned. But if we're achieving the 650 viewer count, 50 of you are going home with free resets. Code is going on the screen now. Flow 100. Again, code Flow 100 on the screen now. Go get it. If you got it, let us know that you got it. Like this. Guys, I've got a cold. I'm sorry. I'm like dying over here. I've been like off camera coughing and sneezing. But I know it's
we didn't do a very good job of charging him.
Yeah. I need to deliver giveaways for you all, so I'm trying. But code Flow 100. Like the stream, subscribe to the stream, share to the stream. Again, 1,000 is the next viewership count. And again, I'm not going to read it off. I'm not going to give you a heads up. At some point when we're past 1,000 viewers, it is going to magically appear. So if you want to get there, tell your friends, tell your grandma, tell your ex-girlfriends and boyfriends, and get them on MFTV. Second, again, we're trying out some new things. We take some feedback. I'm putting a link in the chat now. Link is going in the chat now with a form for you to fill out. This is a temporary form while we're trying this new solution. But this is going to be a randomized giveaway to everyone who fills out the form will be entered to win. We're going to pick 10 winners, totally randomized, out of folks who figure out the form. Fill out the form. Jesus. Let me get it. I gotta go.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I said EQ yesterday. It's rough. But 10 of you will be winners who fill out the form. And the third thing that I have, perhaps the most important. Barbie, do you think I'm capable of delivering the best value in all of prop trading?
You personally are like, what are we doing? I mean, this channel is definitely the best. It's just, and then the firm.
I think I've got a plan that's the best value in all of prop trading. What do you think of that?
Oh, I bet you do there because I've seen the other ones.
No activation fees, 30% discount, limited time, $89 to get started, 2 days to pass your eval. 50% consistency, no DLL. This is the Starter Plus plan. Again, $89 to get started this week only. There's a pinned chat. Check it out. Use code YouTube. Again, code YouTube for what is, I would call, the best value in all of prop trading. It's our Starter Plus plan. Now only with 30% off. It's crazy. But wait, there's more. For those of you old enough to remember Billy Mays. New users can get 50% off using code YouTube. I heard alerts go. I think that's my cue to leave. Fill out the form. Get the Starter Plus plan. Terry, you're back.
I'm back. Thank you, Luke. That was awesome. Yes, everyone fill out the form to get a chance to win. I love that MyFundedFutures listens to feedback. We're the best. I love it.
The best.
So it looks like we're still we're up about 70-ish points. Gosh, it's moving this morning.
It is. I was just trying to get the orders in for the orb, but I was on the wrong screen.
No.
So yeah, I don't know. What do you think of this orb? I'm like with everything that's happening today, but it looks like it's moving quite a bit. We have some nice clear candle formations here.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch. Oh yeah, there's my 5 minute. So I've been trying to watch the order flow a little bit too. So far, it's been strong. It can kind of trick you in the opening minutes, but I try to just watch the trend and see if it's going to keep continuing like this. So
Yeah.
we'll see. But that's why in the morning, when I'm still trying to catch the vibes of the market, I guess really, I like having a really systematic trade that we can do like this, where it doesn't really matter what the market does. We're just going to play the rules, right?
Just put on the trade, and it doesn't matter what's going to happen later in the day. Because the thing is, with a systematic system, we don't know when it's going to win, and we don't know when it's going to lose. We have like no idea. Yeah. Even though, what's that, Forrest?
What if all you ever do is win, 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 no matter what?
Yeah, I wish.
Well, I'm perfect.
When I was first
That's
learning,
what wants us to be perfect.
Yeah. When I was first learning, I actually thought, like, I was just convinced, like, oh, the market's going to go higher. Yes, I know. And then you'd like, yellow stuff, and same with, oh, the market's going to go lower. I just know it. It's funny. It's like looking back, it's like, seriously? No way. But I think that's common with beginner traders.
Yeah. And I think you feel like if you follow the rules and do everything right, that you should get the reward, but that's not actually how trading works. You can follow all the rules and not get the reward. And that's why you have to think big picture and not each individual trade. So
break the rules. I'm kidding. Or not. I don't know. Depends
well,
on
if you break the rules, then we're in a free fall doing whatever, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Lucas. He caught the reference. Appreciate you, brother.
What was the reference?
I'm always dropping song lyric references. It's you gotta know. You gotta know, Terry. There's more coming. There's more coming.
I have to hear the playlist.
There is. So I did want to mention. So the very likely mean reversion I mentioned earlier, right? ES is coming down to POC, which is at whatever that is, 59.38, right here. There was more of a divergence earlier on the VP. They're kind of merging together now, and I think this is going to turn more into a D shape. So like more normally distributed going to the afternoon. I don't think we're going to take out overnight low. We'll see. Just with this trend line on ES, but yeah, I imagine that this is going to start ranging a bit into lunch. We'll see. But yeah, we did just come back, retest POC, under it on NQ, and we're probably coming for this other little auction, so the little node down here on NQ in this range. So that would be my expectation here.
Mean reversion.
Reverting to the mean. And VWAP is probably, I don't have VWAP turned on, but it's probably like literally like right in here somewhere. That's where I imagine it is.
Have you noticed, is VWAP typically around the point of control?
No, but I've just had it so long on my charts that it's you can tell where it is,
Yeah.
It's not hard to imagine, but no, they don't always overlap. But when you have very tight price action, especially if it's like in a channel like it is right here, it's not going to be too far away from the mean. But we've kind of been in this channel.
So that's a really big red candle, you guys.
Yeah. So the orb did trigger.
Orbital.
Are you in it, Barbie?
Yeah. So I have that. I mean, it triggered short, so we're in it short. See what it
Awesome.
does.
I like this short, especially with that big red candle.
Well, we'll see. So, it's just all about statistics from here. Just I like to make it as easy as possible.
Yep. Keep it simple.
This is one of those trickier days, and sometimes I feel like we can overthink ourselves. Like, is this one of those days? Is this not one of those days? I try to look at it like I don't want to put on the afternoon trade because it's really close to that. Both it's sandwiched between the meeting minutes and the NVIDIA earnings. But I don't know. In the morning, we're far enough away, in my opinion. We do have to kind of watch out. We've got orange folder news in 9 minutes. So at that point, I'll have to kind of make the decision. Do I want to just book what I've got or get the stop protected or the entry?
Yeah. Hopefully it'll hit your take profit beforehand. Well, before.
Hopefully. When I did test these, though, some days it's a really slow trade. So
yeah.
That is the thing. When you do at least the 5 minute, I know when you were testing the 15 minute, I think when you were testing the 5 minute, you were getting some faster results out of it. So
yes. Yep. So yesterday someone asked me a question about volume. They asked if I look at volume, and I said not like I look at it, but I have taken out the indicator. And I just wanted to show here on your chart that's a volume bar, right? Like underneath. And
on the right chart, yeah, these
right.
blue. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so what I noticed is that when the bars on the chart are really long, like that last 5 minute, that will tell me that volume has really picked up in that bar. And I just
Right.
noticed that correlation. So I was able to just like get rid of that indicator. I was just trying to clean up my charts and have as little as possible. Simple. So I'm not.
And I kind of have different charts for different things. Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue I have with that is that's very often not the case. I would just say that, right? So you can have very extended price action that's thinly traded, which very often the market will come back into that candle and do like a 50 or 60% retest of that candle.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
It's just something to keep in mind, which is why I have volume on. So you can see how relevant or how real a candle is based off of its relative volume. So if there's a lot of volume in any candle, whether it's small or big, that candle has much more relevance in an auction because all the players decided to play there. Versus if there's no one there, then it's essentially like the market's just kind of drifting. That's how I view it. But
no, and I do. So tomorrow we've been talking a lot about the orb, and then I'll kind of probably move on to another strategy. But I had a video I put out yesterday. I have another one tomorrow where I'm going to talk about all the individual rules that I have in it. And my distinction between this being an A setup and a B setup is having that volume on the trigger candle. So in this case, when we had the trigger candle go through that orb level, that opening range low, that is the higher volume candle on the 5 minute as well. So I was watching that actually.
That's interesting. Thanks, Barbie. Should we switch over to chart of the day?
Yeah, we can do that. I kind of liked how Forrest was talking about platinum earlier too. I was like, oh, cool. Forrest brought a chart of the day today. I got one too. You accidentally did with platinum. I liked that.
I can talk more about it, but.
Well, I was looking at the tech market a little bit because I was talking about NVIDIA yesterday, but Microsoft has also been breaking out. So that's another one that I'm watching. I have to get this thing out of the way real quick. But if there's a development on the trade, I'll tell you because I want to show you the full Microsoft chart. This is the hourly, and I think it's pretty clean to see the breakout of these highs right here on the hourly, right at the 460 level. And we're coming back down and retesting that right now. So this is one, if NVIDIA has good earnings tonight and has a good reaction, this is one that'll probably pick up some sympathy from that too. On NVIDIA, there's there is a little bit of a question because they've got that whole China thing. I mean, they're sold out of their chips for months and months and months. I think probably a full year at this point. But so that one, sometimes I feel like you're a little bit late to the game on those, but Microsoft might be one that if tech in general is going to be moving up, Microsoft is breaking out after having good news on its earnings. Also, its earnings was, I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I've lost all concept of time with school getting out, but I'm a Microsoft holder also. I dip buy. This is just one I like to hold. And so I'm enjoying this run right now. Platinum was a good one too, though.
Thanks, Barbie. That was good. Microsoft. I wish I bought it in like the 2000s.
We had a great opportunity. It dipped below 400 recently. So yeah, I bought some. I bought a lot.
Do you ever sell puts to get into stocks, Barbie?
I don't. It's a strategy that I've been interested in. And we had Rob from my group, Rob Tavel, last week, and he does that a lot. And he helps his family with their portfolios too. And that's one of the strategies they use to get into their positions. It's not something I've personally done just because I've had, I'll have 10,000 allocated to this strategy and 10,000 allocated to this strategy. And I haven't had a need yet, I guess, but that is a really good strategy for buying and holding when it's something that you want. Because we've had so many dips lately, that's worked out for me when we're in a nice dip, like a clear dip, Microsoft under 400, Nvidia under 100. It's just, you can buy the stock and you can buy calls too if you feel really good about it.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely want to learn more about that. I've heard people talk about the wheel strategy, and I'm like, what is that? Like, what? How are people trading this?
It's a good one. It's a good one. Well, we sell premium in the Discord. So we used to have the Iron Barbie, which is a morning trade. It's not been good in this higher volatility when we keep making these big moves. It's the Iron Barbie. But now we've got the ass clencher, the afternoon ass clencher. So that's when we run in the afternoon. Because it will. Some days it doesn't, but some days it does. That's the way Iron Condors work.
Colloquial term, the ass clencher. Okay, I like it.
And I did mention if I was able to protect this a little bit early, this trade, that I was going to, because we have just a couple minutes before that data, and we're making a nice move. I don't want to go red on a nice move because I got caught up in a data candle. So
this is a great trade.
What data do we have at 10? Let's see.
Richmond Manufacturing.
Oh, I don't care about Rich. Get out of here.
Yeah, well, in a scalp, it can be a little dangerous.
Yeah,
anything can happen.
Yeah. I'm meaning. But yeah, we do.
It wouldn't affect a longer day trade for me, but trying to get a morning trade on, I don't want to give that back. So
yeah. Yes, it's holding this trend line. I will say that. So we came past POC a little bit here. I'm looking at the 2 hour, by the way. There's a 2 hour trend line.
There's that too. We are in a bullish move or bullish structure, and I'm in a short.
It's not bad. I mean, you're up. I don't know what your entry was, but it was a good short for sure, just off of the mean reversion and expecting it to range across. Definitely not a bad trade, but we'll see. I think what'll be most interesting for that trade, depending on how you play it, is just what is it? What do we look like as we go into lunch here?
Yeah, well, I hope to not have it over lunch, to be honest.
Hopefully in the next hour would be nice.
It does happen though. I literally am personally feeling a little bit more impatient with it today, just because I have things that I have to do afterwards today, and I don't want to be worried about a trade while I'm out taking care of family stuff. So it's always those considerations. Somebody was asking me earlier, do I trade every day? And I said, sometimes life gets in the way. Well, sometimes life gets in the way.
Yeah.
I will put on a bracket sometimes, and this is not good. I'll put on a bracket though, and I'll be like so busy, like I'll be in like a business meeting, and I'll be like, wait, I'm in a trade.
Yeah.
I'll like open my phone, and like, oh, nice. Or I'll be like, ugh, not nice. But
if it's a longer trade and that was part of the plan, then that's how that works. But
yeah.
And here
I
is
think
that data. It's just wiggling the market a little bit. Doesn't look like it's trying to threaten this trade, but maybe it is. We'll see.
The market definitely did the mean reversion and traded back to unchanged for us, what you were kind of expecting this morning.
Yeah, great analysis.
Mm-hmm.
I know some things.
Got a couple tricks up your sleeve, huh?
I know the volume profile. Literally all I know.
It's all of the chart time that you've talked about, how important it is.
Yeah, and I think creating the systems too, when you spend a lot of time creating a system and you have all of that data and all of that time, it creates a lot of confidence. That's what I'm always after when I'm creating a strategy too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is about to try to ruin my trade.
Oh, but it's okay because you followed your system.
It's okay. This is what I was going for. This is the risk that I was taking on it. We'll see. Maybe it'll be nice. I don't know how it didn't get hit just there, but it didn't.
I've seen that on trades where it will miss your stop, like you'll trail it.
Yeah, but sometimes it hits my profit too.
Yes. Have to
like, no, you touched my price. You just didn't take me.
We might go for overnight lows. So we just closed a high volume top wick on the 1 hour, the 2 hour. The 4 hour is an up candle. So what we might get is like a push lower for overnight lows before lunch. We could tap that or even go for, let me look at the shape of the auction here. Maybe go for like 59.09 on ES. ES is very like skimp below, and then chop back up into lunch.
Yeah, ES is kind of. I noticed that on the hourly, and I think even the weekly, ES is a little bit behind NASDAQ on the strength moves. It's just holding back a little bit.
Yeah, so I do
Interesting.
think we might.
Well, I wonder what the VIX is doing right now. Does anyone?
It's hanging out.
It's just kind of flat.
Hanging out.
Oh, we hit above 1,000 views. Good job, guys.
Ooh.
So anytime Luke might just pop in. The goat of giveaways. And make sure everyone hit the like button. That will help the algorithms and help send out our show to more people so we can keep hitting those bounties that Luke talks about.
I think we do a 50 fib retest of this wick on ES and NQ. So ES will be 59.40 and NQ is going to be, I'm just eyeballing this by the way. I need a fib tool. 21.512 of this wick. Let's see if that happens.
We actually did hit my trailing rule. You don't have to switch over to my chart, but we did hit the trailing rule on that orb too. So I should be at break even in a tick or two. So
okay,
proceed.
Good job. That's a good trade. You executed exactly what you were planning to do. So it's a good trade.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh.
Let's bring Luke in. Luke, where are you at?
Let's get some L's in the chat for Luke. Maybe
what up?
3 L's in the chat for Luke. I want a life lesson.
Life lessons with Luke.
Should we do a life lesson?
I need to feel better about my existence, please.
Okay, all right, here's one. Here's something that I think about quite often. I'm somebody, who like I get frustrated with myself quite a bit. I'll get have self-esteem issues, all that sort of thing. And I think from this moment onward, like this second onward, I can be whoever I want to be in the world. I can present myself in any way that I want to. I can do anything that I want to, whatever actions, whatever communications, whatever it is in this entire world that I want to do or be or achieve. I can do that starting right now.
I like that.
I could develop a Canadian accent if I wanted to.
You could.
Do anything. Starting now.
Right now. Ready, set, go.
Ready, set, go. All right. Should we do some giveaways?
Is chat ready?
Is chat ready? All right. Oh God, I'm sorry. I got a sneeze coming again. I've got a cold, guys. I apologize, but there's nothing I can do about this. I can do anything I want starting this instant except for not have a cold. That was a horrible life lesson with Liz.
Powering through for the people, though. Like, y'all appreciate, right? Powering through for the people.
All right. So we asked everybody to fill out a form. The form had one question, and the question was, what is one thing that we could do to improve My Funded TV? We got 368 responses. I was only going to give away 10 accounts, but I'm going to do 20, and I'm going to go fast. That way we can get back to charts and trading. But as a thank you, and don't worry, we will do another randomized giveaway, so everybody has a chance to win. So instead of 7 giveaways today, we're going to do 8 on our 4.5 hours of content that we're bringing to you live today. Let's get to the winners, and then I'll talk about the responses a little bit. But all right, 20 winners. Be tuned in and listening quickly. All right, because I'm gonna do it once and I'm gonna do it quickly. I'm doing usernames only. We have Big Zo, Jan, Edward, Alex Hutchinson, Jacoby. Nice username. It's got a Y though. Mr. W Trade, Chris L, Sire Mahmoud. We got Trader K, Heather V, Knight. There's 10 for you. Halfway. I said I'm doubling what we were initially planning to do. We got Rob Z. We got Miles. We've got Coco. We've got Lucid. We've got Axel, ACEL. There's 15. 5 more. We've got Ice. We got Bonito Soup. Fopan. We've got Cruz. And we've got Vane. 20 winners for you. A big thank you to everyone who filled out the form and gave us one idea to improve My Funded TV. Again, we read the Reddit threads. We listen to you. We take the feedback that you all have. I appreciate it. Some of I'll give you some highlights of the suggestions that you all made. Live trading was one of it. Starting earlier is something that I saw over and over again. Some sort of head-to-head competition. Bring Adona back. We'll talk to Barbie about that one. More interaction with the community. Live news scroll. Getting spam out of chat. So those were some of the highlights. Again, we had a couple hundred responses. So there's a big array of items that flowed through. But those were some of the highlights. So I would like to do this. I would like to make a heart with my hands.
Wow, do it.
And say thank you to everyone who filled out the form. I don't know if y'all caught it, but the code just went on the screen instead of me announcing it and saying, hey, it's going on now. And everybody who's passively listening or has it on in the background, the code just magically appeared. 450 more resets on the screen as a march to our 1,000 viewers. I sort of want to keep it rolling. I'm like just expanding the giveaway count as we go. And I'm bringing it up to 9 giveaways. We get to 1,400 live viewers. We'll do another round of giveaways, which I certainly do not have approval to do, but I will drift into the background to do so. We've got other batches of giveaways rolling throughout the course of the show today. We've got 6 more. They're not necessarily all going to be the big ones, but we'll have some bounties for sharing. We'll have some bounties for purchasing and all that sort of thing. So stay tuned. I'm going to go work on getting some more codes created for you all. And I'm going to welcome Terry back on.
Thank you. 1,400 is the next level to get Luke back on. So we're at about 1,090. Let's do it, you guys. I want to see some more.
I know they have
freebies.
socials.
Yes, share it on all your socials. Tell your friends, family, come watch the show. And hit the like button because that 100% helps send it out. So what are you guys thinking? We're just like at unchanged now.
I'm just doing some analysis. Is my
He's
chart
just
up?
drawing pictures.
Yeah, we got gold right here. in this kind of down. We got lower highs and lower lows on the daily. So I'm trying to figure out the thing with the VP right here on gold, which is a little bit tough. There's so many nodes, right? So it's hard to say that there isn't like an explicit bias. It's just a bunch of different shelves. So it's a little tough, which means my next priority would just be, I mean, technically I could go lower, but I don't really like trade because I don't look at gold that often. I don't like necessarily trading it on the lower time frames. So we'll see. I mean, the best trade for me is I would take a short off of an actual retest of this line, so not front running this, or a long off of here is what I would look for, just kind of a range trade.
Where would you put your stop for us if you did enter in a short once it tests?
Good question. So let's say that we got a nice retest of this trend line here, right? I would put my stop. So there's this node right here above this auction. So I'd give it a little bit of breathing room because sometimes we will break structure a little bit. And I'm going to put my stop. So there's this thing that we'll tell traders in our Discord. It's like, put your entry where your stop is. Because your stop, your intuition will kick in around where your stop is. So wherever your first thought is for a stop, like maybe I'm struggling as a trader, I put my stop right here, right? Well, I'll just put my short there instead, and then I'd put my stop like up here, right? But I would put my stop like around up here is where I would put my stop. So I'd short like right around here, and have my stop up here, just across this little shelf here. Just expecting it to maybe, trap some people on the long side here. Ideally, though, this should, immediately reverse. The reason why I would do it on this test is like, this is the third retest of this line. We've already tested this one 3 times. So one of these sides is going to break for sure, right? We've tapped the glass too many times. That's why the stop would be wider. If this was the second, if it was a different type of retest, maybe not the second retest, I might tighten it up a little bit. But that's, to answer your question, that's how I would do it, to be honest. It's a little wide.
Thank you.
And I would just hold this. I would just hold this all the way to the other side of this thing, or at least to this low. I would go for this low. Maybe not to the other side of this because it's kind of a megaphone. But I would hold it, and that's like a 1 to 5, or who knows what that is.
It's really weird, but like the market does move in these patterns. Like we see it all the time. Sometimes it's like hard to believe it, but then you keep seeing it over and over again. It's like, all right.
Well, it goes to have I mentioned my humans are bees on this stream before? Have I said that? So
I would have noticed because I have bees. We have bees on the farm.
My part of the way that I trade is in auction market theory is that I think most people react completely. They live completely emotionally, and then they try to come up with reasons to explain like their emotional actions. And that's what we see in the markets, right? So the reason why the technical analysis works to a degree is because the people at the hedge fund react the exact same way that you and I react. Like when they're super green, they get greedy. When they're red, they want to get out. They get afraid, right? And that's why, I don't necessarily believe in the whole algo and things like that. It's also because I've worked at financial institutions and like sold these companies. I know they're full idiots. So everybody's the same, right? Everyone is the same. That's why we get these waves of literal emotion in markets.
Forrest, share with us more of your experience working for the financial institutions. I'm so interested.
So I worked as a software engineer at a retail brokerage. I did like this rotational program like out of college. So did that. I worked on software to like move money from one firm to another. So ACH transfers and a few other types of like transfer software. So that was like my first job as a software engineer out of school. I then did a bunch of other things, got my Series 7 66. So it was like, the classic training for a financial advisor. That's how I learned about the markets, history of the markets. Learned about options then, and then went into sales. And my patch in sales, I was selling software to global financial institutions. So I was talking to like the VPs of like Citibank, Bank of America, all the big banks, Chase. Spent a lot of time in there. So I just got another peel behind the curtain of just like how these companies operate, what they think about, what the priorities are, how smart and not smart some people are. Yeah, that's really the gist of it. I just had maybe a little bit more, I guess, access and like proximity to the banking than maybe other people, but it wasn't like traders. It wasn't like I was hanging out with traders, right?
Right.
I don't want people to think that. It was more institutional level investing and things like that.
But I imagine it gave you a perspective on like how the institutions, the people who are running the institutions kind of think. It's not like day trading, like they're not just trading these individual 5-minute candles.
No, they're not looking at any of the time frames that we look at. Hedge funds are like small shops, like a small shop, like anybody maybe like 10 million and under, right? They're looking closer to these time frames. Like you could probably imagine, it may seem like a lot, like we can imagine trading like $10 million, right? You can get in and out the markets. But once you're trading like truly large sums of money, you got to really think about your placement in the market. And so like, yeah, they're not looking at these charts like at all.
Big money.
Again, another reason why I think people overestimate the power of these algos and things like that. Like, anyways, I digress.
No, thank you. I just think it's fascinating, and it's really cool to hear a different perspective. I have zero experience in that world, so thank you for sharing that with us, Forrest. What do you think? What do you think, Barbie, for some education?
Let's do it. Do y'all want to check on my trade real quick before I do that?
Yeah, let's see
it's
it.
Still going. This is what I was telling y'all. Some days it's just slow and test your patience, but that's why you have the system and the rules, because especially when you're newer, it gets frustrating to sit here and watch this stuff when it's slow. But if you have the rules, you just follow the rules. But so for education, I'm going to do, this was a little bit of a request. I have a chart that I show sometimes. I ran out of room on the stream, so I don't always have this, but I do have this in a lot of my videos and when I stream myself. Here, let me take this trade off for a second. And so it's this comparison line chart. So the reason that I like to look at this is I like to watch VIX intraday and how it's correlating with the markets. We tend to have a really strong reverse correlation. So what we're looking at right here is the blue line is ES. So instead of doing a candlestick chart, it's a line chart. And then I was also able to add NASDAQ in magenta here. So just to compare, make sure that they're moving together because they should have a positive correlation. And then I have the NASDAQ, or not the NASDAQ, the VIX here in orange to have potentially the reverse correlation. So the idea behind this is when I have when I have this good reverse move, when they're spreading out for a breakout or coming together for a reversal trade, like more of a return to center, that's something that I can see really clearly on this chart. And I can also keep this, I actually have this really small on my screen because I can just kind of keep it in the corner and glance at it. And no matter what kind of mess I have on my screens, it's really easy to look at. So I thought I would show you all how to set this up. And it depends a little bit on which platform you're on. But most of them are pretty much the same. So this is on NASDAQ right now, but I'm going to switch it over to ES. So the way that you do this is instead of having a candlestick chart, well, you'll have to believe me, the little candlestick thing is up there, but you switch from candles over to line. And then you have a line chart there. And then you can go into the settings and change the color to whatever you want. The cyan color is just what I use for ES so that no matter what chart I have open, I can kind of quickly have that coded to that color. So then I have one asset that is a line on here. So then there's a little compare button up here. I should have shrank this down. Let me see if I can fix this easily. I should be able to fix this real quick. Hang on. Okay, now you can kind of see my menu bar up there. So if you go, you have your symbol right here. So I have it on ES. If you go to this plus, you can add another symbol to the chart. Hello. Well, It's supposed to. It's not doing it right now. My thing has crashed. Let me see if I can do this with like a copy and a paste real quick, because I've done it this way. And then we'll pretend it's working right. But you're supposed to just push that little plus button up there. There, I hacked it. So that's what happens when you do compare. It'll add it to another pane down here. And then all you have to do is get your order of stuff that you have over here and drag it up with the other thing that you're watching. So now I have the NASDAQ and the ES. This one was already the right color, but it's the same thing. You can just go into the settings for it, for the NASDAQ, and hit that that color to set it at whatever you want. So now I have these two together like that. And then I can add the other one, which, yeah, is going to not cooperate with me. But real quick, I have the second index over here, so I'm going to show you this. You can tell it, where is it? Merge all scales on the right. And then I did that wrong. Shoot. That's not the one. Hang on. Which one is it? This is not fitting the way it usually does. You can set the scale to be on the A scale. I think that my trading view is messed up right now, but this is the Z scale right now. And you can set this to be on the A scale when oh, I know what's wrong. I'm supposed to right click on this. There it is. So I was showing you right clicking on the index. That's not the way you do it. You right click on the actual little line and then you can hit pin to scale A. And now they're, let me just have a really weird, awkward moment with y'all. How about no scale? That's the one. It's no scale. Sorry, y'all. I remembered that one wrong. Okay, so where were we? So we have the ES and we have the NASDAQ on there. So I'll come down and I'm going to copy and paste this because my chart is not working, but it's supposed to be that compare button that puts that on there. I've been having the worst luck with TradingView this week. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so there is the VIX, and you just kind of follow the same procedure where I moved it up from that bottom pane up to this one, color it the way you want. And now we're going to do this without me fumbling around. So you right click, you don't have that correct option on the thing over there, but if you right click on the actual line, you can have no scale, and then it just puts the number up there. So we can tell that the VIX is at 1915 right now just by that little number. So yeah, that was a request. And then you can kind of watch and see if we're getting expansion. I literally just watch to see if the space between here is creating some distance. And then you'll see them start to turn at the same time too. So this is open when the index has moved lower and the VIX started moving higher. They both had that turn at the exact same time. So that's why I use that chart on so I also use NinjaTrader a lot, and on NinjaTrader it's a little bit different. You can only add up to 3 of these. That's why I kind of started using 3 of them. But you add those as different data series on that chart. I'm going to check in with this trade real quick too. Yes. So there's that. It's still working.
It's still working. Oh, I love how close it came to the trailing stop, but it did not take it out.
It did not. That's why I'd planned it the way I did, because at some point, you know, even you saw me get kind of nervous there coming up into data. It's like, I would really like to have this protected. And that's why I have that trailing spot built in. And I do. So we can go over all of those rules tomorrow. I've been working on a video, so I'm going to get that out tomorrow. And then we can kind of cover all of the little specific rules that I have. I had to get them all written down and organized so I could not forget them. But
that would be great. Yes. Tomorrow, tune in, you guys. We'll learn all about Bull Barbie's rules and what has helped you succeed and protect those profits and money that you make. It seems like so much of it it's not just the money that we make from profitable trades, but also how do we protect that money?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are so close to 1,400, you guys. We are at 1,369. So we need, 31 more views? Let's get it. Let's get it to 1,400 so we can loop back and give you guys some more freebies.
Someone was asking about, yeah, while y'all are sharing, Someone was asking about earning reports, and there's a lot of different places that you can get them, but this is one of them. It's just the unusual whales. You can see who's coming up after hours and before hours.
Oh, that's really nice. They're like even the little icons. It's unusual
Yeah,
whales.
this is unusual whales. There's a bunch of different places that you can use, but unusual whales is nice because they'll pull it out by which ones have the most volume coming into them, like which have the most order flow coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and they're looking at the options. So, the people who are looking for a big payday.
Yeah.
So then you can kind of filter it. There's a lot more than this, but these are the ones that are of most interest. And you can search for the ones. There's more down here. You can put it in list view and look at all different ways. You can find all sorts of different earnings and what their implied move is and all sorts of stuff there. And this is free. I don't pay for this. So they do have a premium, but they have lots on their free as well.
Okay. I've heard of this. And the idea behind it also is it like sometimes people know information, like inside information that we
That's the
don't know?
idea. I mean, if you're going to go in with some size, it's because you have a good idea from somewhere.
Okay.
So,
Forrest, do you have to get going soon?
I gotta run. I got a jet.
Okay.
But I'll give you my last little thoughts here real quick. So that 1 hour, 2 hour did close. Again, top wick. I am still expecting that 50% retest at some point of that wick. We'll see when that is. But we're going to start chopping into lunch most likely. And then personally, I'll be looking after 2 o'clock. FOMC is at 2. I'm always looking for that 4 hour close at 2. It'll probably be like a 235-ish trade, looking for the last wave into the close. It's kind of my plan for today. But yeah, that orb is working out. Good job, Barbie. And I will see the rest of y'all later.
All right. How we doing? Good day today?
so far, so good.
Having fun?
Yeah, I like it. We got some accounts away with the new system, trying some new things to make sure we can spread out the love. I like that.
All right. We're looking for a March to 1400. Again, this is a giveaway that I do not have approval for.
It's coming out of your
March
pocket,
to
huh?
1400. All right. We'll get there. I said we've got 5 more rounds of giveaways today. 1400, that's one of them. Here's the next one, the next bounty. Okay. Any user who uses code YouTube to get 50% off for new customers, never been with us before, or 30% off Starter Plus for existing users, is going to be entered to win an additional free Starter Plus account. Link is in the chat. Code is YouTube. You have 15 minutes. Go get it done. And I'm cooking up another form, another randomized giveaway with the form, a question that will help us become better for you, for our community. So stay tuned. That one will be with you in about 15 minutes. But again, I'm looking for 1,400 viewers for another round of giveaways. The code is going to magically appear on the screen. I'm not going to announce it. And again, code YouTube. Whoever purchases in the next 15 minutes, I'll give you a little buffer if you purchase 15 minutes before this time. So that way we take care of you. You'll be entered to win as well. That's going to be another randomized giveaway. Form is coming. Goodbye, Miss Bull Barbie. Goodbye, Miss Terry Trades.
Wait.
What?
Don't say goodbye yet. I so want to see you guys hit 1400 before we leave. We're so close.
You're really close.
We're so
It's
close.
like
35 more
35?
views. Share it with some of your friends, you guys. Oh. Okay, maybe in the next show. Thanks, guys.
You tried.
We tried. See you tomorrow.
All right. Push. We need a big push. Ash, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. How are we doing today?
Doing good? Ready to roll?
Ready to roll. Ready to get another good day in here.
Ready to get a good day in here. All right, Ash. A couple bounties for the chat. I just put a link with code YouTube in the chat. Anybody who purchases is going to be entered to win a Starter Plus account. I'm cooking up a form for users to fill out about 15 minutes from now. And if they fill out that form, they will be entered to win. And we're on our March to 1400. which I'm going to get in trouble for this one, I think. But I have a cold, and I'm going to say, oh, I'm sick. You know, I'm not thinking clearly. Sorry, guys. I miscounted the amount of giveaways that we did today. And we're just going to have a code magically appear on the screen at some point for the 1,400 viewers. So, Ash, what are you going to get into today, sir?
For me, I really focused on NQ and ES. So I'll be going over NQ and ES. I might take a look at oil. There's a couple things I would want to talk about there, but just being patient so far, waiting to see if there's any trades that come across. If we get a trade today, everybody will get to see it right here on the stream.
All right. I'm going to throw out one more, Ash. You know this. I'm getting married in 2 days. I'm going to be doing a giveaway / promo. I don't know what yet. It might be a giveaway. It might be a big discount from my wedding live. So I just want to make sure everybody hears that so that way they can subscribe and turn notifications on. There's going to be less competition for those because it's going to be the middle of the day Saturday. And Ash, what do you think about spicing up this segment a little bit?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to ask you to day trade with the 1 minute candles penny stocks.
Penny stocks. I don't know if that's actually funny that you mentioned that. I don't think I've ever traded a penny stock before.
Oh, you're in for a wild ride.
Over the 10 years, I don't think I've ever touched a penny stock before.
All right, you might be in for a wild ride.
We can definitely watch the 1 minute, but it'll be on NQ or ES. I don't think I'll venture off into penny stocks.
Well, all right, brother. Over to you.
Very good. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Let's see how everybody's doing. Throw a 1 in the chat if you were green on the day. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade so far today. See how chat's doing so far. Bunch of 1s. Nice to see. Some more 1s. Very nice. Handful of people are green today. Couple 2s in there as well. A couple more 2s, so it looks about 50-50 now. Very good. All right, well, the first thing I'll say is, listen, we got to focus on the now. We got to be present today, focusing on carrying out the justifications to our actions, being process-driven instead of being results-driven. Don't let yesterday's experience deter today's experience. Don't worry about the future. Just focus on right now. Manage your risk to the best of your ability. Follow your game plan. Execute your game plan with defined risk management. So, you heard the man. 1,400 viewers. Looks like we did pass that mark. So, he said that the code was going to be random. So, beware of the code popping up on the stream. I'll definitely point it out when it does. But another deal is another deal. So, beware of that showing up. While that shows up, I'll go through my analysis. If there's any trades that come across, we'll look to see if we'll take them. Just like every other stream, we're going to walk through the process, walk through the justification to my actions, and all the logic that goes into the decision making. So if you're finding any value in that, if you're finding any value in this segment of MyFunded TV, like the stream, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. That way you can know when we go live again. We're doing this every single week. So yesterday, you had saw that my bias for this week, a bullish bias. Here's the reason why. We tapped into a bullish imbalance here. After tapping into this bullish imbalance, we were targeting the equal highs here. Okay. Just as an update to that information, we can see that the target has been met. So now that the target has been met, I'm no longer looking to force any longs. right? Price needs something to reach higher for. That something, that thing that we use is equal highs or equal lows. You can see the equal highs right here. Right? The Tuesday candle and the Wednesday candle, they had equal highs. That is why that was the target. Now that that target has been met, I'm no longer looking to force longs. Okay? So next thing that I want to point out is NQ swept the highs. ES did not sweep that same high. What does that mean, chat? What does that show us? Somebody throw it in chat. What does that mean? NQ swept the high. ES did not sweep the high. Very good job. That took not even a second. Can't even get it past you guys. Very good job. Very good job. This could potentially be bearish SMT, right? A crack in correlation between two correlated assets. Seeing that NQ went above the high, ES did not go above the high. This is something that we need to be aware of. This could be a potential crack in correlation. Okay, so now I'll be looking for a change in the state of delivery, right? So bearish SMT from the higher time frame. Now I'll look to see if price can close below this hourly candle here. This would be a bearish change in the state of delivery. Okay. Essentially, we're looking for clues. We're looking for the market to tip its hand saying, hey, we're changing direction. That's what a change in the state of delivery is. Okay, so higher time frame bearish SMT. Now we go to our market structure time frame, which is on our hourly chart, and we're looking to see if the market structure changes. If the market structure changes decisively, then my bias is going to change, and then I'll start looking for lower prices. As of right now, I'll just wait and be patient and wait for additional information to confirm that idea. If we get confirmation, then that's when I'll change my bias and look for lower prices. Okay, so as of right now, we're currently waiting for a change in the state of delivery on the hourly time frame. If it occurs, I want to see it happen decisively, right? So if it creates a bearish FVG going through this area right here, that looks decisive. Oh, and there's the code. He said it was going to be a surprise, and it just pops up. Guys, code WLuke50 for 50 free resets. Definitely a surprise there. Hopefully everybody was paying attention. I did give you a hint that the code was going on the screen. So, oh, a bunch of people got it. Very good job. Got it. W, got it. W, very good job. Very good job. There you go. 50 free resets. Congratulations to whoever got it. A deal is a deal. So, you got to be quick on those resets. Those things go in the blink of an eye. So if you didn't get it, stick around. There will be more. Okay? Back to the analysis. Right now, I'm currently waiting to see if we get a change in the state of delivery. If we get a change in the state of delivery, then my bias is going to change. Until then, I'm just waiting and being patient. You'll see if I take any trades, right? I'm logged into my live account here. So if I place any orders on the screen, that is me taking a trade. Last week, we were able to get in a long. We did that on stream. That did very well. So the live account is starting off nicely in the green. We'll see if we can continue that streak. Until then, it's just a time to be patient and wait to see if another trade occurs. So let's see what everybody else thinks. Let's see, are we bullish or bearish on the day? Let's see what chat thinks. Are you bullish or bearish on the day? Bullish or bearish on the day? Let's see. Looks pretty 50-50. Some bulls, some bears. Some bulls, some bears. All right. So as we're waiting for confirmation to some ideas, we can go over some questions and answers. The lower time frames, just slowly bleeding lower. Not much to do here. I'll be waiting. I have no problem being patient. See if we get this change in the state of delivery. If we don't, then I'm not going to change my bias. Throw any questions or comments in chat. Feel free to ask me anything about this business, anything about day trading, anything about mental or emotional intelligence, and we can go over it. Let's take a look. I'm getting over to chat now. Ash, will you wait for the retest for the unicorn setup? When I trade the unicorn setup, I wait for the retest. So here's a bullish example. Okay. This is a bullish breaker. We need a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. The bullish breaker will always be found in the initial swing low to initial swing high. That's where you'll find the bullish breaker. And then I want to see an FVG aligned with it. That's what this is, the unicorn model right here. When an FVG is aligned with the breaker block. Then when I go to enter, I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, aiming for 2R. So I wait for all of these confirmations to occur first, and then I look for a retest of the entry function to then take advantage of the position. So that's how I execute for both bullish and bearish scenarios. Right, here's a bearish unicorn. A bearish unicorn, you must have a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. The bearish breaker will always be found between the initial swing high to initial swing low. Again, same exact thing. You need to have an FVG aligned with it. All right, so there needs to be an FVG here aligned with the breaker. I enter the short at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the high, aiming at 2R. And same thing here. I wait for the retest back to the entry function to then target. Now, that's how I handle my business. I'm not saying what's right or wrong. There are many people that will go in and front run this, meaning the very first time this becomes a unicorn, they enter, they market order here instead of waiting for the retest back to the entry function. This is where you have to collect your data to understand how you best operate. Are you better at front running and market ordering in the moment you get confirmation, or do you wait for the retest to then take advantage of the position? There is no right or wrong there. It's a matter of how you best operate. Very good question. You enter on the 5 minute and the 1 minute. Do you also take confirmation on the 5 or the 1? So I have traded the 1 minute before. I have traded the 5 minute before. I have traded the 15 minute before. I've traded the hourly before. I've traded the daily before. I've traded almost all charts at this point over the 10 years that I've been trading. Okay. What I can say is my worst win rate occurs on the 1 minute chart. Okay. So I try to stay off the 1 minute chart to the best of my abilities. I'm human. I make mistakes too. So it's not like, you know, I'm completely off the 1 minute chart. I have taken 1 minute trades before, but 90% of my trades occur on the 5 minute chart, and I'm doing my best to stay off the 1 minute chart as possible. Now you have to understand, the higher the time frame that you use, the longer you'll be holding the position. Okay, so for swing trading, I would use like the hourly or the daily chart to execute. But for intraday trading, I would use the 5 minute chart for executing. Now, the chart that you execute on is the chart that I gain all my convictions on. Excuse me. The chart that you execute on is the chart that I get all my confirmations from, and the chart that I trade. So if I'm trading the 5 minute chart, I need a 5 minute breaker. I need a 5 minute FVG. I enter on the 5 minute chart. I manage on the 5 minute chart. Trade the chart that you're currently on. Don't look for confirmations elsewhere. This is where less is more, taking quality over quantity, right? If you're just flipping through 30 different time frames, you're going to see whatever you're looking for because there's so much information out there. My preferred time frames is the daily for a bias, the hourly for market structure or higher time frame points of interest, and the 5 minute for entry functions. All other charts I just cut out. I don't even use them. Ash, could you please explain SMT? Yes, SMT is a crack in correlation. You have to use two correlated assets. So ES and NQ are two correlated assets. They should be moving the same at the same time. Okay, so here is a bearish SMT. Okay, let's take a look. Let's imagine that this one on the left is NQ. Let's imagine that the one on the right is ES. So two correlated assets. Okay. We need to be using the same points in time. So let's just make up a time and say that's 8 a.m. And let's say this is 11 a.m. So we need to be using the two same points in time. And when we see that two correlated assets are doing different things, this is what a crack in correlation is. Right? So you can see that NQ took out the high at 11 a.m. The 11 a.m. high swept the 8 a.m. high. But you can see on ES, the 11 a.m. high did not sweep the 8 a.m. high. This is SMT. Okay, this is a crack in correlation. This means that ES is showing weakness, that it's the weaker pair. Okay? The purpose of SMT is to show you strength or weakness or when liquidity has been taken, right? So we can say that liquidity has been taken above the 8 a.m. high because we see the SMT on ES showing to be the weaker pair. Okay, so now to use a real chart as an example, if you go to the daily chart, you can see that ES did not sweep the Tuesday high. You can see that NQ did sweep the Tuesday high. This is what bearish SMT would look like on the chart. It's the same exact lines that I just drew. Now you're looking at it on the chart. This would show that we took liquidity above these highs. This would show that ES is the weaker pair. Okay. Next thing about SMT is that you have to understand that it's not a standalone trigger, right? So I don't go, oh, look, there's SMT on the daily chart. Let's hop into shorts. No, it's not a standalone trigger. You use SMT as a confirmation to an idea. SMT is a confirmation to an already existing game plan, right? So my game plan is that I execute during New York Open, right? Time is the most important element. Bias or draw on liquidity is the second most important element, right? I use equal highs or equal lows as a target. And then entry function is the third most important element. So that game plan needs to already occur. And then SMT would act as, okay, now it's time to execute that game plan. It's a confirmation to an idea, but the idea comes from your game plan. All right, so very good question. Great conversation. Thank you for that valuable question. That really helps a lot of people here. A crack in correlation between two correlated assets is SMT, and that is how I handle it. Very good question. So in this case, you'd want to short the weaker pair, long the stronger pair, right? So if there were shorts that occurred, it would be higher probability to take it on ES. So take a look at this, right? The entry function that I use is a bearish unicorn. Well, here's a bearish breaker on the 5-minute chart. Here is the FVG that aligns with it, right? So after the 950 candle closed, you have a bearish unicorn. Now, what I'm trying to say is ES is showing to be the weaker pair because of the daily bearish SMT. So let's see. ES has already moved 1.12R from this bearish entry function. Notice 955 gives you an entry there, and maybe you could have taken the 10 a.m. as a short as well. Notice how this has gone 1.12R already. Now let's analyze what would be the stronger pair, right? Because ES had the failure swing, so ES would be the weaker pair. Here's the same exact setup on NQ. Let's see how far NQ has moved. So it hasn't even made it to 1R yet. Do you see what I'm saying in terms of weakness now? ES has provided a more favorable result. This has already moved 1.12R because it's the weaker pair, says the daily bearish SMT. But notice how we're still using the same entry function. We still use our model. The SMT is just a confirmation to that idea. So now to apply that to the chart, ES, it makes sense to take this short more than NQ because of the strength versus weakness. Very good conversation. So again, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. We are going over anything regarding trading. I'll gladly help with any part of this business. I do have to say, if there's certain information that I don't know, I'm going to defer to somebody else. I would rather only provide higher value information. If there's information I don't have, I will just point to somebody else that I know has done that type of research. So throw any questions or comments in chat. Could be anything related about trading, mental or emotional intelligence as well, risk management, the whole nine. I can see the unicorn, but I can't see the retest. Yeah, so on ES, the 10 a.m. or the 9:55 candle retested the breaker block. All right, so this right here. NQ did not. See, so this is the breaker on NQ. Right? The confirmation candle would be the 950 candle. After the 950 candle occurred, there was never a retest. But on ES, there was. Hey, Ash, how do you see the big move on early stage? You don't see anything. We're not predicting the future here. You can't tell what's going to happen. What you can do is analyze probabilities and then allow probabilities to play out. If anybody could tell the future, then they wouldn't be here. They would, they would own their own island and be self-sufficient because they're so rich they don't know what to do with it. But nobody can tell the future. That's the point. The point is that we analyze probabilities, and then after analyzing probabilities, we decide whether we want to take the risk. If we take the risk, then we allow the probabilities to play out. Once you take the risk, price can and will do whatever it wants to do whenever it wants to do it. So whether it makes a big move or not, that's not something that you can determine. It's something that you allow to happen. Hey, Ash, how can I improve emotional intelligence? First thing that I have to say is, do you go to the gym? Do you eat healthy? Do you read books? Okay. What you put into your body is going to be directly linked to how you feel or how you think. So if you eat very unhealthy, you're going to have a very unhealthy thought process. Okay. So it's very important what you put into your body. Make sure you're eating healthy. A healthy gut is going to be a healthy mind. That's the first thing. Along with going to the gym. Practicing things that will put you in a better shape will, in return, once again, give better thought processes. Ash, what did you find yourself struggling with when you first started trading, and do you still face many challenges today? Every single day is a learning opportunity. So I'm always learning. I'm always in the mindset of showing up to the market as a student and trying to learn every single day. So the learning never stops, and I highly suggest having that mindset of being a student of the market for the rest of time. So that's the first thing. I make mistakes now. I made mistakes early on. Making mistakes and failing forward is something that you're going to have to learn to do if you want to participate in this business. Losing is inevitable. Okay, so be objective to losers. Be capable of learning from them just as much as you learn from winners. Okay, so that's the current standing of today's challenges. Now, in the beginning, what I first struggled with was impatience, not having a defined process, right? I always followed the new shiny object, right? The new shiny object syndrome is going to burn many accounts. You have to stick to one model or two models, but don't strategy hop. If you're strategy hopping for all of your time of trading, you'll never know what truly works or not. So strategy hopping is a very bad idea. You should pick one model and then backtest enough data to gain the conviction to understand whether that model works or not. Strategy hopping is a very bad idea. That's the first thing that I struggled with in the beginning. Then the second thing I struggled with in the beginning is like the need for more. I was an athlete in college growing up, so I always had the want to be better, the need to be better, wanting to win. Realizing that losses are okay, learning that losses are a learning experience, that really helped me move forward. That's what showed me that I needed that defined game plan. Luke, what's up?
I'm back. You know what that means?
I think chat would love to hear that you're back.
I'd like to say, too, that the MyFundedFutures Reddit account is awesome. And we get lovely feedback on there. So thank you all for helping us to build the show to be better for you. That's why we do it. We don't do it to amuse ourselves, right, Ash? Or do you do it to amuse yourself?
No, I'm here to trade. I'm looking to work on my business day in and day out.
All right. I like it, baby. So, with that said, I got a couple things cooking. Giveaway boy is here. I'd also like to preview that we are going for an additional 2 hours today. That's right. Ash will not be saying goodbye. Ash will be saying hello to a new surprise segment that we have rolling starting in about 30 minutes from now. Before that, I've got a couple things for everyone. We said that anyone who purchased the best value in all of prop trading, which is our 30% off Starter Plus promo, 50% off for new users, would be entered to win an additional free Starter Plus account. We got a whole slew of users that purchased and are eligible to win. I'm going to read off our winners now. I'm going to do first names only. So be out there, be listening. But winner number one, we've got Hector, we have Gibson, we have Mehdi, we have Sean, we have Andrew, and we have Sita. All of you are going home with free 50K Starter Plus accounts. Give yourselves a round of applause. You not only took the deal, the best promo in all of prop trading, which you're also going home with another free account. So good to you for that. The other thing that we're trying today that's a little bit differently is we're dropping a form for some randomized giveaways. I'm putting the link in the chat now. I'm going to drop it in there a couple times. All that you need to do is you need to fill out your username in one simple question that helps us to become a better company for everyone out there. In about 15 minutes, I'll come back and we are going to randomly choose winners of free accounts, free expert accounts out of everyone who fills out the form. So again, form link is going, no access. I hear you. Hold on. Responders. Okay. So you're telling me that you do not think we should have the form only be accessible to people with MyFundedFutures email accounts. That's what I'm hearing. All right. Try again. Now it should work. All right. Give me some positive confirmation that it works as well. And again, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. And we're going to pick some winners for some expert accounts. Another little giveaway action. And there's more giveaways to come over the next couple hours here. We're crazy. Again, first day, 4.5 hours. We are celebrating. I'd like to thank everyone for the feedback that we got. Again, we want to do this for you, not just to amuse ourselves. And we will keep it rolling. Ash, back to you, my friend.
You heard the man. Another giveaway chance. Give us a confirmation real quick. Make sure that form works. If you don't mind, anybody that filled out the form, give us a confirmation that it works now. And once again, fill out the form for a chance at the next giveaway. It works. It works. Perfect. Thank you. Greatly appreciated, everyone. It works now. Very good. Awesome. Well, you heard the man then. Fill out the form for next chance at the next giveaway. And he will be back shortly with it. So, where do we leave off? Go ahead and throw any questions or comments in chat as we're waiting and watching. We're currently viewing a short setup. The reason for viewing the short setup was that NQ swept the daily high. ES did not sweep the daily high. That shows bearish SMT, a crack in correlation between two correlated assets. It showed that ES is the weaker pair. That's why we're watching the ES short. See if it wants to run to 2R here. Also looking to see if the hourly can complete a change in the state of delivery, which we did get the hourly candle closure below here. See if they want to leave a displacement. That would make the change in the state of delivery look more decisive if it was done with a displacement. take a look at NQ. NQ did not. So we do have to be careful of bullish SMT here on the hourly chart. Notice how NQ did not sweep this low, where ES did sweep this low. Hourly bullish SMT. So we had our conversation regarding SMT. We will see if this ends up going to 2R or not. As we're waiting and watching, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. I have another 25 minutes on my segment. We do have additional guests today, so stick around after my segment. The live stream will continue. As we're waiting and watching, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Let me get over there and see what we have. And let's take a look. What do I think about the algorithm running the markets? I don't subscribe to any kind of, one algorithm runs the market. I don't really have a belief in terms of what runs the market. So I just sit here and trade. Whatever's running the market is great. Whatever's on the back end doesn't really matter to me. What does matter to me is risk management and me completing my process every single day. I don't really follow along with how the market was made or who made the market. That's just not something I need to know. Do I know of any SMT indicators? I don't use any indicators. I know I have some up here, but that's because I just wanted this label on my screen. So if you watch any of my segments, you'll see that I don't use indicators. I'm not a fan of indicators. Pretty much, it simply boils down to the fact that what happens if indicators ever disappear, right? I know that's probably not the case, but I want to be able to read price without any kind of assistance. Let's see. Can you show us how you got your breaker block again? It's shown right here on the screen. You have a swing high here, a swing low here, a new high here, then a new low. So a bearish breaker is a swing high, swing low, new high, new low. The bearish breaker will always be found in the initial swing high to the initial swing low. You need the lowest down close candle in that leg, and you need an FVG aligned with it. So you can see that here. Right, so we need the lowest down close candle in this leg here, which is these candles here. That's the bearish breaker. What's my preferred way of setting a stop loss? At the swing point. So swing high for shorts, swing lows for longs. I enter at the beginning of the breaker with the stop at the high. Same thing goes for longs. I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low. Ash, when you take a trade and it immediately goes into drawdown, how do you remain calm? Well, the risk is to be accepted before the risk is taken. Okay, so before I press any buttons, I'm sitting there saying, how much am I willing to lose today? Okay, if you can fully accept the fact that you are already willing to lose that amount, it doesn't matter that you go into drawdown. You need to fully accept the fact that you're taking a risk and you're willing to lose that amount before any buttons are clicked. Because once you click any buttons, then you have to allow the probabilities to play out. You cannot control where price goes. So all you can do is you can complete your due diligence, you can review your probabilities, you can analyze your probabilities before you click any buttons. You have to do all of your due diligence up until that point, because the moment you click a button, you've lost all control. You no longer have control. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. Therefore, if you do not accept the risk before the risk is taken, don't take the trade. If you can accept the risk, then take the trade. And when you take the trade, allow probabilities to play out. Understand that you can't control price and that you have to let price do what it wants to do. That the results is a byproduct of the process you have put in place for yourself. So if you've collected enough data on the process that you have, showing that in the long term you will be profitable, then any one result of a trade doesn't matter. Going into drawdown doesn't matter. To confirm the breaker, you use the bar that closed below it? Yes. So I want candle closure below the breaker. So in this example, I would call the 950 candle the confirmation candle. It closed below the breaker. So yes, I look for candle closure below the breaker for confirmation of a breaker. That's the issue. I freak out and close my trade before hitting TP. It just sounds like you need more experience. It sounds like you're emotionally executing, that you're not being objective to the results. Maybe you need to turn the profit or loss, change it from a dollar amount to a percentage so that you're not looking at a certain dollar amount. Maybe that's inducing some fear. Change it to a percentage, so all you're seeing is a percentage going up and down. Is Ash in this trade? Here's my live account. You can see that I'm logged into my live account. You can see that there's no position on the screen, right? There would be orders submitted. You would see profit and loss going up and down. Pretty clear answer on that one. Ash, could you explain how to manage risk on a 50K account? Which is the most used account, both in evaluation and sim funded? The 50K expert account is the best account on the market, in my opinion. The MyFundedFutures 50K expert account. No consistency rule is astonishing. 1 day to pass. No activation fee. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, there's two different answers to this. If you're in the learning stage, if you're in the developing stage, if you're trying to figure out how to trade, then you should take time on that eval. You should use that eval as a live experience, right? Because you're risking live money, meaning the purchase cost to that eval is the money you're risking. That came out of your pocket. So it does feel real because you're risking your money. If you're in the learning stage, give it more time, right? Divide your drawdown by 10, divide your drawdown by 20. Give yourself 20 different attempts before failing, right? That means you would have to lose 20 times in a row to fail the account. Right? If you're in the learning stage. Divide your drawdown by 10 or 20, either one, and gain that conviction through experience. If you're in the stage where you've already proven profitability, you have multiple payouts, your expenses are less than your withdrawals, you are in fact profitable, then that's somebody that I would say take a larger risk during the eval stage to get to the funded account quicker. But you have to have a proven track record to even think of doing that. Okay, so the person that does have a proven track record, they could probably divide their drawdown by 2 or 4, right? Just take a couple trades and get into that funded account as quick as possible. But you have to be objective to yourself. You have to know thyself. If you're still learning, give yourself time to learn. If you have a proven track record, then okay, you can up your risk. And when you're on a live account, how do you manage it? Well, I'm currently on a live account right now. My daily loss limit is $500. So all of my risk, I take less than $500 per position. So I take 1 trade a day maximum. I take 2 trades a week maximum. Any given trade, I take less than $500 of risk. Are those swing trades? No, I don't swing trade. A lot of prop firms don't allow you to hold positions overnight, so they are intraday trades. So a lot of futures prop firms do not allow you to hold positions overnight. Therefore, it will be intraday trades. So if I lose a trade, you're done for the day? Yeah, the outcome, once again, is a byproduct. The results are a byproduct. Win a trade, I'm done. Lose a trade, I'm done. The results don't matter. It's the risk management that matters. Right? If you say that you only take 1 trade a day and you go in there taking 5 trades a day, there's no discipline in that. There's no risk management in that. How are you going to last for the long term if you're just discretionarily, impulsively trading? If you have no system set up, you have no process to show you how or why you do things, you're not going to be here in the long term. Which sessions are you allowed to trade according to your rules? I'm from the US. I'm on the East Coast. So New York Open works best for me in my daily life. In terms of my system, I want to be focusing on the opening times. Asia Open, London Open, New York Open. But for myself, the time that I've chosen is New York Open because I'm in the US and I'm on the East Coast. 9:30 is a perfect time for me to have my sole attention focused on this business, my undivided attention. Am I an orb trader? No, I don't trade the opening range breakout. I use the unicorn model. That's the type of trader I am. So I got another 10 minutes before the next guest shows up on stream. If you guys have any other questions or comments for me, we're doing a Q&A as we're watching this short. We had a bearish unicorn appear here on ES. We're looking at ES because it's the weaker pair, says the daily bearish SMT. Waiting to see if it goes to 2R. It has done a good job going 1.4 so far. See if it wants to complete the 2R. Besides liquidity and FEGs, do you also use other ICT concepts like opening range gap, new week opening gap? I do not. Less is more, quality over quantity. If you are going to look for hundreds of different concepts, then you're going to get information overload and it's going to cause a lot of confusion. So less is more, quality over quantity. Just pick one or two things that you can easily identify and you understand how to execute, then use them. You don't always need to be adding something new. That's that new shiny object syndrome is going to burn your account. After proving profitability, should I scale accounts to 150Ks, then use that money for other investments? Just focus on payouts. You don't need to focus on scaling to larger accounts. Just get consistent in payouts. Whatever account you're currently using, just focus on consistently getting payouts from that. Just focus on that one account. Then when you start getting payouts, that's when you should diversify into long-term investments. Sorry, I caught the part where your answer about the best account. In my opinion, the 50K expert account at MyFundedFutures is the best account on the market. No consistency rule, 1 day to pass, no activation fee. Very good questions today. Thank you for all the questions and information. It's really providing a lot of value for myself and everybody that's watching. So very good job today. Let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we get. We gain that conviction through experience. So we got to keep showing up each day. We build that muscle memory by showing up to our session each day. Hey, Ash, is that a bullish unicorn on NQ? Hop over to NQ. Swing low, swing high. Is there an FEG in here? This might be a bullish unicorn. Yeah, there is an FEG in there. I would call this a bullish unicorn. Very good job. Right, so swing low, swing high, new low, new high. So it has all the swing points. We got candle closure through the up close candles. And there's an FEG right here that is aligned with it. So very good job. I do agree with calling this a bullish unicorn. Very good job. Hey, Ash, are you trading only for 2R every day, or do you keep runners? So I look for a 1 to 2 fixed risk to reward. I know that I've lost the position. If stop loss gets hit at the high or the low, that would be -1R. I know I won the position if take profit gets hit, which is 2R. So I'm a fixed 1 to 2 risk to reward. I'm also not a, when we get 1 tick away, I try to use a correct terminology for this because I know other people use other words, but when we get 1 tick away from 2R, I'm not going to force myself upon price, right? Like last week's trade that I took on stream, it was a 1.95R, right? So when you're just 1 tick away from your TP, just close it. Don't be the individual to force that last tick. If the Objective to your position has been completed. Just close it. Do I DCA? For my long-term positions, yes, but that's a completely different conversation than day trading. Long-term investing is completely different than day trading. During my intraday trades, during my day trading, I do not DCA. Hey, Ash, how do you not get FOMO? Having a process-driven mindset. If I know that I'm supposed to be entering at the breaker block, this is my entry location. Anything after that is chasing. Anything after that is FOMO, right? So for this example that we've been watching for today, if I didn't take the trade, you can see it on the screen. So what I should have said was, if you didn't get the trade at the breaker block here, I would not consider any of these other candles as an entry, because I'm so process driven that I understand that the entry location is right here. At the beginning of the breaker is where I enter. At the stop loss is at the high, TP is at 2R. So if you did not get an entry at the breaker, anything after that is chasing. That's FOMO. So being process driven can show you whether you are experiencing FOMO or not. Having defined reasons how or why you do things shows you how you trade. Ash, do you use the 2 and 1 minute charts? No, I've been doing my best to stay off the 1 minute chart as much as possible. I look to execute on the 5 minute chart. Ash, how many times can we test the unicorn for it to still be valid? Price either goes to the stop loss or not, right? So invalidation to an idea is a stop loss. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many times you test the unicorn. You either hit your stop loss or you don't. So invalidation would be a stop loss, not the amount of times that it tested the unicorn. How many days a week do you take off from trading? Well, I only take 1 trade a day maximum and 2 trades a week maximum. I still show up to all 5 days of the week, but if I've already hit my risk limit, I won't trade those other days.
Ashy.
There he is. Everybody loves to see Luke joining the stream. They know what that means.
Means we're in for some fun.
Yeah.
All right. So about 15 minutes ago, we put a link in the chat, and we said all you had to do was fill out your username and a promo that you would love from MyFundedFutures. That's all you got to do. And you are entered to win. I was going to do 5 giveaways of expert accounts, but I'm bumping it to 10 because of the responses we've gotten. There seems to be interest in us doing these randomized giveaways. We've now done a couple different types of giveaways, some viewer count ones, some surprise ones on the screen, a couple form fills, a couple bounties for purchasing. There's more to come. All right, so don't worry. There will be more here, but I'm going to announce the 10 winners. Be ready. I'm going to go quick. So I don't have, I don't want to take up all of our time. And we've got another 2 hours of content to get to. We have 2 more hours to go. Winners coming out now. We've got Nico's Pip. We've got William. We've got Ian B. We've got IT with P. We have Godwin. We have LM Trade. There's 5. We've got Llama. We've got Praz Jazz. We got WP Gal. We've got Zemanki. 2 more. Snipe And last but not least, Timo. Taking home expert accounts. All you had to do was fill out the form. Congratulations to everyone who won. Here to celebrate everyone. All right. That was, I think, giveaway 5-ish that we've had. So congrats. And if you didn't win yet, don't worry. There's more today and more tomorrow and more the day after tomorrow. And again, if you didn't hear it earlier, I'm getting married on Saturday. We're going to do a wedding giveaway. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you have notifications on, because we're going to be streaming from the wedding as well, which I will get in trouble for. But I do it for you all. See, this is my little heart for the community right there. So thank you all for the feedback. I hope that you're liking them. And I'm dropping a link in the chat for everyone who didn't win with code YouTube to get you 30% off of Starter Plus, 50% off if you're a brand new customer. You've never been with MyFundedFutures before. How's that? Ash, did you know we've got another 2 hours to go today?
Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait to see who's the new guest on the show.
You're hype?
Yeah, I'll be here watching.
Ready for a surprise?
Absolutely.
All right. I would like to say goodbye to our friend Ash and hello to our new friend, Miss Tom Sabo. Let's get him onto the stream with us. His first day on MyFunded TV. Tom, what is going on?
Oh my God! Thank you so much for having me. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me well. Let me know. Is it
beautiful?
Good? Beautiful. Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. And you said you're getting married in 2 days, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So can I ask you something?
Yes.
All right. Are you nervous?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm basically trying to construct a carnival for my wedding. I'm getting married at the Detroit Zoo, for which I rented the entire zoo out. Like it's 1,000 acres. And I've got like sideshows and safaris and adventures and all this sort of thing. And I'm just worried that people aren't going to want to go and have fun and explore. Like I got a face painter coming. Like they're not going to want to go and do all that, but instead we'll just want to like sit down.
All right.
And
I see.
Do their own thing.
Yeah, you should be terrified, man. You're going to be sharing a bathroom for life,
Yeah.
Anyway, I was saving this all morning. Got off my chest. But your answer was a little bit too long. Anyway, back to schedule. Thank you so much for having me on the stream. So I was watching the stream earlier, and I do like all the information that has been shared. So can't wait to chat with everyone. And I'm really excited. So I must say a little bit nervous. I'm streaming like 2 years now, and now I'm a little bit nervous again. I don't know why. Anyway.
well, tell us about yourself a little bit. You said you've been streaming for a couple of years. What else should we know about Tom?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, basically I started trading around 2018, and I was losing a lot back then. So no prop firms or anything. I was just wasting my own money on Forex accounts, and I definitely burned myself to the ground, and like I stepped away for a while. And then in 2021, I was like, okay, we just have to learn this stuff. I just need to do this in the right way. And so started all over, started learning from the basics, support resistance, supply, demand, and then hopped into the hype like smart money, ICT, all that such. And I was struggling for a while. Then I got funded with other CFD prop firms in 22. And I was struggling a little bit. Now, the change was happening around 23 when I switched to futures. And finally, at the end of 23, I managed to take those payouts, And I think the real aha moment was, or I should say aha weeks or months, was last year. And so since last year, it's almost like a year now, I'm getting constant payouts, getting back to net positive, paying off my tuition from trading, and I think, I really love this, and it's really my passion. And there's no plan B. I always say to my everyone in the chat when we stream, so there's no plan B. I'm just going all in. That's it. So basically that's the short story. But that's a longer story. But you guys might have to cover me until 4 p.m. or something. I don't know. But
All right, and Tom, to celebrate you being here, your first day,
wow.
I'm going to drop a code for a free giveaway in the chat.
Oh, wow.
But it's going to be a surprise.
Okay.
Like, I'm not going to announce it. It's for our people who are actually watching and paying attention.
Okay.
The code will go into the chat over the next 60 minutes.
Okay. This is a mystery. All right.
This is a mystery.
Okay. Excited. Nice.
Excited.
Yeah. So, we talked about this. I'm happy to fill in the time here at 11:30. Now, obviously, and I want to say this to everyone, like, usually by this time, the major moves are, went down in the market. And I think we can utilize this time into the lunch hour to a little bit reassess ourselves, regroup and, try to, look for some setups for the PM session. Anyway, just charge our batteries, so that's why I'm here. And obviously, I'll be happy to share what I've been looking for so far in the past couple of months or year. What's been those entries or setups that I've been utilized the most and brought me the most profit. And anyway, I just want to say I'm not an ICT cult member, but I definitely using some smart money concepts, mixing up with supply, demand, and all that such. So if you lose me on the way, don't worry. Sometimes I don't even hear myself talking. And one more thing, since English is not my native language, I'm from Hungary, Europe. And so if sometimes I'm having trouble to express myself, Google is your friend. So anyway, I'm just going to use Translate. Don't worry. I'm just trying to joke around, but I'm nervous anyway.
Okay.
But I'm here to share everything I can. So anyway, where should I start, first of all? Because I'm reading the chat. I'm trying to read the chat when I can. And obviously,
the chat is friendly today. Some days it's
that's good. That's friendly. Good. All right. Chat, please be friendly. Okay. Anyway, I'm seeing some names from my stream as well. And by the way, one more thing. I do stream every day in London and New York. So I'm really into streaming since 2 years now as well. So building up a nice community. Anyway, that's it about that. And what I want to say, as I see here, we just had a not too good AM session, I must say. In my terms, at least, I don't really like this. I mean, this kind of barcoding price action is not something I really like. Now, what I do think that when we see this, usually something should be happening throughout the lunch hour or maybe the PM session. We were having conversations in the chat earlier this morning, and we were looking for some sell-side liquidity in terms of order blocks. I just call them sometimes supply or demand zones. So I just want to say this to the chat. I still think that we should be hitting 422 real soon. If you guys see my chart, we outlined this on the downside there. So 422, 410, and obviously we should be hitting London low. But this was a very interesting turn of events in the AM session. So I'm still bearish on the market. But anyway, I'm just going to check into the chat if there are any questions, or let me know what we should. Okay. I'm just looking for some possible entries here. I was thinking actually to jump into a short position, but I think I'm just going to wait for lunch hour, to be honest, because I'm using all the same terms like the usual smart money traders, like fair value gaps, order blocks, propulsion blocks, all kind of stuff. But I just must say, I'm trying not to cause analysis paralysis. The problem is sometimes I do it to myself and I go crazy, but I try to keep things simple. I'm not using all the concepts, all the things. To narrow it down really, really in a nutshell, I'm looking for order blocks as targets, and I'm using the core ICT 2022 entry model to enter the trade, but I'm trying to anticipate fair value gaps on higher time frames. For me, higher time frame is actually 15-minute and higher. 1 hour, 15-minute during the day. And so my favorite targets are order blocks. I know it sounds crazy, but I say it a lot throughout the streams. Order blocks or supply and demand zones meant to be broken. And so that's what I'm looking for all the time. Basically, that's the core concept. So yeah, anyway, let me check the chat here because there might be some questions. I see some familiar names there. So anyway, and also what I would like to use my time, hopefully in the future as well, here at MyFunded TV. I saw MyFunded TV stream earlier last week as well, and I was checking in, lurking in the background. I see many questions about the psychological aspect, of the whole trading thing, and the mind game of this, and at the end, we can choose all kind of strategies. Like there's thousands of strategies out there for free. You can find you can make a bunch of money with a single trend line or with just the moving average. I'm just saying that I guess you guys heard it already. Pine Tree Trader, welcome. So you guys heard it already. Like strategy is 10%, and the mindset, or you can call it, well, I would say it all comes down to discipline. So that's 90%, the mindset, the psychological aspect of things. And I think, and I'm glad, I'm just say it again, I'm glad to be here. We can use this lunch hour time to reassess our thoughts, regroup, and, a little bit push up the vibes and, focus on the mind game as well. Because we know so many setups. We know so many entries. I know there's a lot of good traders in the chat, and I know you guys heard a lot of things what I'm saying about setups and order blocks and fair value gaps. So I think this is going to be one of my focus in my time, if that's okay with you guys. But anyway, if I see a good trade, obviously I'm jumping in full port. Of course. No, not full port, just slowly. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. And I'm really I'm checking the chat, and yeah, I do see some familiar names. Only trade the Sabo 21 model. We do have that. So we do have the 21 model. We do have the Tom Sabo concepts working as well. So you guys are welcome to utilize it. It's free. It's basically a coin toss. All right. So let's get back to the charts a little bit. And Ash was showing a lot of good stuff here earlier. I was checking the stream. Now, the 5-minute definitely looks like a huge barcode chart. And so what can I say about this? There's nothing to trade in this. I mean, look at this zone here. This, like, especially from the open, 9:30 until this time, like this is the prime example when not to pull the trigger. Of course, we all do that and we all pull the trigger, but this is the prime example when not to trade. Still, I always repeat myself, and I will, so I apologize for that. Look for higher time frames. Currently, this is the 15-minute. And look for these order blocks. Let me just show you some examples if I can here. Now, I guess some of you would disagree with me, and that's fine. I used to call these order blocks supply and demand zones as well, because most of the time they are basically the same thing. Now, I'm not saying I'm a supply and demand trader, but I do recognize these as such. Okay, so in the London session, we did make a new low here. Well, we can call it London low. It was just 30 minutes past 5 a.m. This morning. And there was a 5-minute fair value gap here. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to bore you too much with the technical stuff. Well, we picked up liquidity when we went down into that, into that 50-minute fair value gap down there. After that, price, it was a strong move, as you can see. Market structure shift multiple places. I think it's fair to say that on the 15-minute chart, and this is exactly, I'm happy to say that this is a prime example of what I'm looking for. So this kind of, these two candles here, 5:15 and 5:30, This is definitely something. I mean, this is textbook because, like when Michael Huddleston, oh, sorry, man, he used to say that we recognize these order blocks from the opening of the candle, right? Now, I'm definitely agreeing with that. So the opening of this, now this is the micro chart. The opening of this candle is, let me check it, 422.25 here on the 15-minute. And we have the low. Now this zone, to me, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but let me just go with the example, okay? So we have this zone right here. This is going to be a demand zone, or you can call it bullish order block. I don't really care what we call it. We can call it, you guys can come up with a fantasy name. It's up to you. But this kind of candle formation, let me give a different color to it because it's really bad. How does it look like? Where is my, okay, here is it. Oh my, it's even worse. Okay, anyway, this zone down there, midpoint already added. So this would be a demand zone or bullish order block with these two candles. Now price usually, and I backtested a lot, like especially in the early days, like really a lot of chart time, a lot of backtesting. And what I noticed, and I have lots of data about this. So, and by the way, let's stop here for a second, okay? Backtesting is awesome. You should do backtesting, right? But backtesting is not actually going to make you, like, if you backtest all week, all night, it's not going to give you a real experience or make you like an awesome trader. But backtesting is good for data collecting, good data collection, you know, collecting all those information. So you will know how to sample size and, you know, how to pick up your trades, how to filter those trades, collecting more data. So as much as I could collect information, when I see these kind of areas, I'm going to go give you guys more examples, but this is a textbook one. I would say 65 to 70% of the time, these levels, like the opening of the candle is 422.25 on the 15-minute, are at least tagged. You know, tagged by, I mean, like at least with the wick or with the down close candle, whatever. But price should like come down right here. And, you know, even if it bounces off from it, this level, this 422, we should see that reaction. Now, is it going to go through and break the complete order block or demand zone? We don't know that, but there's a high probability that price should be touching that level, okay? So this is basically the thing I'm looking for. When I'm anticipating a level, that is what I'm looking for. And this was the kind of concept that really got me to those payouts. Like I was really struggling in the early days. And you know, when the turnaround came for me, it was the moment when I started to see these levels. Now, this is obviously just one single concept or strategy. You can call it whatever, but it really works. And if you guys start to mark these levels up, and I'm going to give you more examples in a second, then you will see that price really likes to visit these levels, okay? On the 5-minute, if we go down here, it still look like, I don't even want to say bad words, but it doesn't look good, right? Just sideways. So, yeah, so I see some questions here. Where do I put the stop, etc.? Okay, so anticipating the target is one thing. Entering the trade in the direction, that's another thing, okay? So there's two separate things, depending on what is your entry model. Like I told you guys, I'm using the 2022 core model from ICT to enter. I did modify some stuff on it. Well, that's actually not true because I did not, but I'm looking for those kind of continuations or reversals in the market. Now, I'm going to talk about that too. Let me just, do you think having a set daily profit goal in mind? in trading is good. Mohammed, I think a daily, if you're focusing on the money, it depends on your experience. If you're fairly new in trading, don't focus on the money. Don't focus on especially on the new funded account. Don't try to focus on how much money I want to make today. So if you're an experienced trader, yeah, I guess you can focus on the money. But if you're fairly new in trading, forget about it. Okay. If you're focusing on the setup and risk management, the money will come. It sounds silly that I'm saying it myself because I did the same mistakes over and over and over, and I lost a bunch of money into this. And but just maybe not focus on the money that much, and it will go better. So yeah, it's a chop fest. It's definitely a chop fest. And as I wanted to say, so we have the target now. Step one, for example. And by the way, let me just go down here before I go into the entry here and the stop loss. Let's just zoom in here. Okay, I'm zooming into the 5 minute again. Look at this candle at 540 again. Liquidity has been picked up by this 5 minute bearish candle. Okay, now the wick of this candle actually went lower than this swing low. So this is the swing low technically. That's why I said English is not my native language. Okay. So anyway, on the 5 minute, what is this? It's the same thing that we saw on the 15 minute. Bearish candle, bullish push, multiple market structure shift. What is happening here? 2 order blocks or 2 demand zones at the same area. It makes it even stronger. Okay, it's a much stronger area. So the opening of this candle is 420.75. Now, what's closer? What's the low hanging fruit? It's 422.25. So I'm always focusing on the low-hanging fruit, by the way. Key takeaway. Hey, Natasha, welcome. What's happening? I see some familiar names there. Welcome, everybody. So I go for the low-hanging fruit. In this case, the 15-minute order block or demand zone is closer, the opening of the candle. So focusing on 422. But you see the same situation happening here. And the 540 is a nice one. Now, let's go back to those entries. There's multiple ways to enter. And now this is a difficult read because we actually, after the spike here, how much was this? We dumped down here instantly. Like this was approximately 80 points. And there was no retracement into the 5 minute fair value gap up here. So that's why I put the 504 buy side liquidity there. So it was difficult because I was struggling what to do here. Now I was having a short position earlier in this one. I got stopped out at break even. But at least I took some partials. So I went down to the 1 minute. Now the 1 minute is, I know lots of you guys might be trading on a 1 minute. I do as well. I always tell myself I should be moving to higher time frames, right? Because, it's still waters. It's not that like, I have to say, hats off to those of you who are trading on the 15-second and the 30-second charts. I couldn't do it. I just don't have the nerves for it. So anyway, here was the drop. And I was looking for at least, and there was fair value gap here also. Don't worry, I'm going to say fair value gap a lot. So almost reaching up to that level at, what was the high here? 506.25. It didn't go there. So I was feeling a bit of a FOMO. But what you could have done, but obviously this is not going to be maybe the best example. If you anticipated the order block down there, the 5 and the 15, so you have the target, you enter here, boom, you put a limit order, for example. You don't want to see price going up to this higher order block. I'm sorry, this higher fair value gap here. Like, you don't want to see it go up there. If you anticipate your target down there, you definitely don't want to let your trade go this high. So once you see this, actually, let me just put this here because that was on the 5 minutes. So when you see this gap here, you can take this one. you forget about the first one here. Okay, so that's where you put your stop. And the risk to reward ratio, if you have enough patience and time, obviously it's 3.6. Now, I'm not going for 3.6 trades before you ask. This is not my kind of risk management. I mean, I think I just don't like to hold trades for that long. Usually, I think if you aim for 1.5 or why 3.6, why 3.6? Rivadia is asking. Okay, because the stop loss. So if the price would have gone up here into this fair value gap, it didn't actually, but let's just assume it did. Okay, let's assume it did go up there, but it didn't. Your stop loss should be there before this fair value gap. And why 3.4, not 3.6, but anyway. You're targeting the order block down there. You're putting your stop there. And as you can see, risk to reward ratio 3.41 here. If you can hold on to this trade and not take partials, right? So that's why. But to be real honest, and key takeaway from the past 2 years, especially the last 10 to 12 months, you're not going to hold the trade. I mean, yes, there are many of you who might have the patience to hold the trade for that long. But I think if you can aim for at least 1.5 or, a 2 risk to reward ratio, a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, then you're genuinely printing money, right? And don't forget, when you take partials, that ratio is changing constantly. So you just have to be aware of that. But anyway, I still like this level. And so this is just one example, okay? Now, if we go back to the entry model, like these are the targets as I explained it. All you need, so once you have the target, and this is what I'm looking for, my risk per trade, Alex, my risk per trade. So with MyFundedFutures, I usually go with the 50K accounts. My favorite is, by the way, the starter account. I must say this. The one-day pass is awesome. The micro mini conversion is great. And also let me add that I'm a turtle trader. I trade micros, small positions, try to go low risk. I take my time, okay? And so the risk on a 50K funded account for me, usually it varies between $100 to $300. I would say maybe $150, $200-ish, depending on the setup, depending on the moves. So that's what I'm now. If you're risking $150, you might as well go for 1.5 or 2 risk to reward ratio, and you don't have to be taking 10 or 15 or 20 trades a day. Like, for example, right now, one of my personal goals is to take as less trades as possible throughout the day, maybe 1 or 2. That's it. So no, I don't know anything about the code yet, the Pigeon. So anyway, increase if necessary. Yeah, increase if necessary. If you have a good position, there's nothing wrong with adding to the position, by the way. Nothing wrong with adding to a winning trade, especially when you're moving your stop. So that's another type of risk management, right? I'm just talking about my personal experience. And that's why I'm saying everybody does it differently. One other key takeaway from my past year or two, and let me read it. If you take a loss, do you decrease risk by 50% or your next position and keep the same? It depends, Alex. It depends on the market. It depends On how many drawdown do I still have depends on the setup. So it depends. Is it an A+ setup? Is the market really moving, or is it really this crappy like here? I'm sorry, excuse me for my French, but is it like this, or is it really moving? Is it an A+ setup? So you have to count for those factors, because basically that's what we're doing. All we can do is manage risk, right? So the answer is not that simple. I did that, what you're saying. I sized down to 50%, and then the A+ trades actually worked out, but it's kind of a slow process. As I said, it depends on the setup. So DH, I am from Hungary, center of Europe, almost the center, but I'm not living in Budapest. I'm living a little bit, south from Budapest, like 90 kilometers. But anyway, I'm just talking about everything here. I'm trying not to lose the main focus here. But yeah, so that's why I'm saying the answer is not that simple. Anyway, what I wanted to say, completely forgot. Risk management. Yeah, so risk to reward ratio. I'm using micros most of the time. My position, I mean, that's not really true, because I also go on tilt sometimes. I do have to work on that. Yeah, like everybody. But when I'm having, when the Zen factor is kicking in, everything is fine, and everything is peaceful, focusing on the chart, then usually like anywhere between 1 to 5 or 6, 7 micros. And that's why I like the starter account. Like, you don't really need more than that if you're not risking too much. Now, the expert accounts are also great, but as I said, that's why I'm a slow trader. Taking those $1,000 here and there and slowly progress forward. Now, obviously, this is not the end goal. We're all here to make millions of dollars, right? So that's what we're going to do. My favorite session to trade, I pretty much got used to London because that's where I started originally. And, I'm in Europe. In my time, it's very convenient to trade London session. Is it my favorite? As much as I like the London session, I'm just going to say what everybody, I guess, that I like the New York session better because of the movement. And so I was trading in 22, I was trading Forex as well. And I was trading pound dollar. I was trading euro dollar. The movements were super slow. So when I switched to NQ on futures, it was really a big change. DH, I'm a full-time trader. Yeah, I'm a full-time trader. And that being said, although I don't have supercar in the background, but I must say that this year, we are turning everything around in a positive way, making more profits, and that's good. And that's why I'm super happy to be here. The A+ setups, So the A+ setup has to come with two things. We need a good target. That's first, okay? So we need the good target. This is the good target here, there. Okay. So this is the good target right here. If you have the good target, all you need is an entry model, okay? The entry model could be lots of things. You can enter on an order block. You can enter on the YouTube 2022 model from ICT. I like that. So if you're asking for the exact A+ setup, I need a target like this, and I need I need a displacement. I need a fair value gap with the market structure shift. It doesn't have to be a reversal. It could be a continuation, but I need that shift. And so these are the two things I try to combine. Now, it sounds simple, but you have to zoom out for the big picture, the hourly, the 4-hour, the daily. You have to understand market structure, right? I'm still learning that myself. I'm trying not to mix everything up too much. So I'm trying to simplify things. So I'm sorry. I'm seeing the chat, but it was a little bit fast. I'm trying to filter some question. I'm super happy for the questions and everybody. I'm not gonna. No. Everybody, the Ferrari is not yet, but we have an awesome BMW. You guys will see it. 2009. Don't worry, it's a fine vehicle. I love it. And by the way, let me just say this. So I know you guys are everybody's here in the stream. We want to make money. Like trading is awesome, right? We're all passionate. We want to make this right. We want to print our own paychecks, and prop firms are the greatest vehicle in this. And MyFundedFutures stepped to the top, and I just love everything, the way the accounts goes. It's just great. Now, why I'm saying this, because I was driving a very bad car, like a very rusty old Mazda 323. And as the things turned out in the past couple of months, I was able to buy another car from payouts. I saved all my payouts from trading, and I bought it, and it felt amazing. So what I want to say with this, guys, and it's a 2009 BMW, not a big deal, but listen to this. And I say this for those who are actually wanting to take out, or you're just taking your first or second or third payout, you're just at the beginning of the road. Once you take that payout, buy something for yourself. Maybe take out your spouse for a dinner or for a lunch, or buy a Ferrari, whatever. Or rent for a month for a day a Ferrari, right? I don't know. So I forgot to say, I just received a message. So just buy something. Feel that money is on your account. Trust me on this. Key takeaway. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't working for me. Get those payouts, buy something. And you know what? Buy something for your family, for your spouse, or whatever, for your kid. It's up to you. It's going to feel so awesome. And trust me, that's going to help you in your mind to focus on those trades and not the money, because the money will follow. Okay. So just a small, crumbs, tidbits here and there. I'm just sharing. So anyway, I think it's important. And I have to take a sip of coffee here. Just a second. Any advice how to get myself out of drawdown? Oof. Depending on how much drawdown you're left with. If you're in a drawdown, definitely size down. Maybe even step away for a day or two, but definitely size down. Go with the smallest positions. You need to have a winning streak. You need to feel those trades. Forget about the money. Just go in. It sounds crazy, but it's not. Go into 1 or 2 micros if you want. Okay. You need to have some positive experience. So size down. Okay. Slow steps, less trades. That's what you need to do. And the hardest thing to do, even for me, just sit on your hands. Okay. I am Cypher. Guys, I must tell you guys, I'm a boomer. Who is Cypher again? Is he a comic book character? It sounds familiar. So anyway, less trades or get off the charts. Exactly. Something like that. So yeah. The Matrix. Oh my God. Yeah, I should have known that. Cypher. It was so familiar. Yeah. Oh yeah. The Matrix. Jesus, I should have known this. Actually, now I feel bad. When I was younger, I saw The Matrix in the movies 3 times. That's how much I liked it. I was a huge... How I didn't know that, but I don't look like Cypher. My favorite character was actually Agent Smith. Anyway, you destroyed me, Mr. Anderson. Anyway, let's move on to trading. So these are the things that we're looking for. Mr. Anderson, yeah. So these are the 2 things I combined together. Alcy, good to see you. Hey, welcome. So these are the things I combine, and the targets are here explained. the entry model is there, but you still need to, oh, what am I doing? You still need to know the market structure. By the way, if any one of you guys are learning smart money, you should also look into market maker buy and sell models. Just a quick advice, okay? So anyway, let's just go out to the bigger time frames here, and because we were talking about this earlier, and by the way, I would like to get into a trade, but there was no setup here, and so it did look like it wanted to go down there. I told you guys, 60% of the time, every time. So here to the left, we have these relative equal highs, not exactly perfectly equal, but let's just call them equal highs. And up there, we have I mean, we swept those, right? Let me just check it. Let me just check this. The high of this candle is 562.25. And we have 564, so we swept that high. So the only thing that's left up there, which is a major point, I mean, this is still relative equal highs, by the way. It doesn't have to be exactly at the same point. But I think we can aim for that 660 daily fair value gap up there. I think it's a good idea, right? But again, that's just an anticipation, and this is on the 1 hour chart. Now, since we have to talk in terms of time as well, and we're in the, how much? Okay, we're in the lunch hour right now.
Tom, can I interrupt for a second?
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. One, we love you. Chat loves you. Can we get some W Toms in the chat? I'm putting mine in right now.
Awesome.
W Tom, day one on MyFundedTV. And again, a reminder, Tom will be back with us at this time slot tomorrow. No longer is MyFundedTV 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours, 4.5 hours. We're going today. So stay tuned. Yeah, another 90 minutes with us. Ideas, charts, setups, questions from the chat. All of it is rocking and rolling. It's flowing. I promised. We had a couple more giveaways today. We've tried a couple different styles of giveaways. I would like to introduce another form for a randomized giveaway, a form that not only enters you to win a free reset, but also helps you to build MFTV. You are part of the process. You're part of what we're building. Link is going in the chat now. All you need to do is submit your username and answer one simple question for us. This question is about what guest would you most love to see on MyFundedTV? And when we transition between Tom's segment and our next surprise segment, I guess we announced it's not entirely a surprise, but a surprise for anyone who doesn't follow us on socials. That'll start in, let's see here, 15 minutes. We'll be announcing those giveaway winners. Again, link is in the chat. Entry is simple. And for everybody who's been staying with us and been watching with us throughout the course of the day, I have some sort of sneaky giveaway that's coming. I'm not going to tell you how it's going to work, where it's going to go, how you're going to find out about it. But if you are truly paying attention and learning and trying to improve yourself as a trader, you will be able to follow along. So those are my little tidbits. I'm not the trading expert, but I do read the feedback, answer the questions, try to fire up Tom. He's doing such a great job today.
Thank you so much. And by the way, if I don't know what's the code or what's the secret in all this, but I hope you guys like Scooby-Doo, because I really don't have any idea what's the code. I would tell you guys, but I have no idea. I'm first time here, Anyway,
I see somebody's guessing the code is code not found. That's not it.
Almost.
Yeah. And are you a big Scooby-Doo fan, Tom?
Well, I guess I was watching it when I was a kid, And,
I loved it.
Oh, yeah, it was great, by the way. I was watching Space Ghost. That's why I inherited my voice from that cartoon, but that was in the 60s. I was still watching. I mean, sorry, I'm not that old, but I was watching Space Ghost on Cartoon Network in the 90s. That's how old I am, actually. So, anyway.
All right, back to you. I'll stop interrupting.
No problem. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't know what's the code is, but anyway, Where was I? Oh yeah, the market didn't really change. And so we were talking about this 660 up there. Now, obviously, I think that's a bit of a stretch here. How much can this one go? Oh, 190 points. I don't think we have enough volume for this to go. I'm not gonna say like they used to say like what is the drawn liquidity now, and we used to joke around with what's my personalized guarantee. There's no personalized guarantee in this, all right? So we're in lunch hour, and how much time? Yeah, so we still have 45 minutes here. Usually lunch hour, and I'm not saying that like a super expert in lunch hour. Usually I finish up my trades until the lunch hour and maybe come back for scalping in the PM session, but since price hasn't really moved up that much, I'm still standing by that 422 anyway. So what do I think for, 480? 480. Let's just check it. Okay, what do we see at 480? 480. There's a 477. Let's check the 1 minute. I don't see anything special on 480, to be honest. I mean, it's a huge barcode thing, even on the 1 minute chart. And there's just no inversions or fair value gaps nowhere. There's a swing point here. That's it. Nothing. I don't see anything there, to be honest. Yeah. I really have no desire in this one. I mean, to see this go up, really. But the more it goes sideways, the first liquidity area that is meaningful would be 504. So if it turns around and I need to see a shift above 744, 477, then the low-hanging fruit would be 504.75 on the micro. That's what I would go for. But for now, it's just technically NQ is unplugged. And I was really hoping that would have been awesome to see this drop down there to the order block. It's just not happening, at least not yet. So one other scenario that it can happen is that it sweeps these levels up there, maybe even goes for the 504. And after lunch hour, PM session, it can go lower. Who knows? But anyway, we'll see. We will definitely see what's going to happen. It's an interesting scenario. And this is the 1 minute, obviously. You're welcome. And oh yeah, let me give you some other examples here that could be useful if you're looking for your first target is 480. No, if you're long, it's not bad because it's definitely a swing high. Okay, it's a swing point, not a strong one, definitely not on the 5 minute, in my personal opinion. I would say if you're long and if you can manage your risk and if you're able to hold the trade, my target would be, well, there could be some early profit taking before 500. Now we're going to talk about that too, about those round numbers. Whenever you see these whole numbers, these round numbers like 500, 400, whatever, even the 50s, you can watch how price actually slows down, or there could be a bounce or a pullback, a sudden pullback at those areas. So if you're holding a long position and if you really want to play it safe, then maybe get out before 500. Okay, maybe 498, 497 ish area. So that's what I would go for. If I would be in a long position. Currently, I have no positions. I really wanted to enter a trade, but I'm not going to force it. As I said, I had a break-even trade earlier. I just don't see the setup. But if I would have a nice shift here, then maybe. But I have to wait. So note this level, 480. Okay, we can note that, 480. If you guys prefer to see that level, why not? Why not note this level? Okay, 480. Where is that? 480.25. There's a swing point there. Well, good chance that it's going to be hit. I'm not sure, but there's a good chance for it. So 505. Somebody's saying, Zach is saying 505. Yeah, that's also good. 504.75 on the micro. This is the micro NASDAQ right now. My entry is from the breaker on the 1 minute. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we were having some multiple breakers depending on how long you're holding that trade for or since. But anyway, these are the current things that we're looking for. Now, obviously, and of course, we have other things to look for. Oh, yeah. I promised you guys to give you some more examples on targets in terms of order blocks and these supply demand zones. I know it sounds crazy maybe for mostly of you guys who are really into ICT concepts, but I found a lot of similarity between supply demand and order blocks. But anyway, this is just me saying. So anyway, I'm saying anyway too much, right? No problem. Let me just look for the London session. London session was really bad as well. We did go down. We were anticipating that 410. And now, speaking of 400, okay, there's nothing there. It's hard to find a proper supply demand zone that we can use as a good example. That's why we didn't really take a trade earlier. And I'm looking at the 1 minute. It's just not that good. Okay. So for example, here's an example, not the best one, but for those of you guys who are scalping, or it doesn't really need to be scalpers, but look at this 1 minute chart. I know it's crazy, 1 minute chart. I know, but look at this. Just a good example until we wait for a proper price action to happen. So here was the liquidity sweep. Okay, so we had the sweep there, and it happened with this candle here, right? We had market structure shift up here multiple times. Okay, bullish market structure shift here, bullish market structure shift here. Like that's enough confirmation, right? Where are my templates here? Okay, here. So anyway, we had those shifts. Now this here created these two candles, the 746, and now this is in the New York Hill Zone. That's why we like it, right? Now this is in the New York Hill Zone, so it's official. It's an official setup because I do trade in the kill zones. It sounds a little bit like a sci-fi movie, but anyway, or action movie, or Die Hard 6, but you know, we're trading in the kill zone, and let's just put a rectangle here, and here's the opening of the candle, and I like to draw this zone all the way down to the lowest wick because this is a bullish scenario here. Let me just oh my god, the colors are insane, right? Don't worry, I'm colorblind. No, actually, I have an issue with red and green. So sometimes I push the opposite button. But anyway, this is the zone here. Now, I like to say that there was a possible setup. Now, if you entered here on the structure shift, obviously this could have been a nice setup to target this area with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. It could have been a TP, but it's easy to say, right? After the move has happened. But anyway, I just wanted to say that actually price returned into this area here as well. So that's a good example from today. So we did go back and we did test the price, the zone. It has not been broken here now. And that's where it gets interesting, because if you extend it to the right, this demand zone or bullish order block, whatever you want to call it, the low is, where's the low? Where's the low? I have to put this here. The low, oh, come on. The low is 484.50. Now, price went up there. And as soon, if you're a scalper, as soon as it started to drop like crazy, you could have anticipated. Now that calls up for more experienced traders or like more experienced scalpers, I must say. If you really know what you're doing, and if you see, now this move was fast, you guys saw it. This was a fast move. Even if you missed the entry up there, and if you're seeing this area, like this zone, then you can anticipate that, man, low-hanging fruit is at least to test the middle of that range or that zone. And there you go, boom, it just happened. So I think it's a very good example, and I'm happy that we found it in today's session in the skill zone. And I totally forgot what the heck is going on here. So okay, we're having another possible. And by the way, speaking of this, I'm going to show you another thing. 1 minute order block again. Look at here. I'm going to point this out. I'm sorry I wasn't really reading the chat. I'm pretty much dived into this analysis right now. Here is another one. Look at this. Just look at this. Boom. Again, I'm not saying it's mandatory, but it's a good area. Now, let me just break it down. We have a structure shift multiple times here and here. So multiple structure shifts here. We have the fair value gap that's just been picked up by this candle. Okay. Is it a good time to go short? Well, maybe not with the tight stop, but if you enter right here, and if you target at least the midpoint of that order block, and you go just, have a wider stop here, even with a 1.5 risk to reward ratio, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I'm obviously not financial advice, but I mean, here you go. That's one entry. Now, the issue with this is that the lack of volume in the market and the whole sideways action and the barcoding thing that's going on. So that is something I really don't like to see. And that's why even if you take a setup like this, just try to go with a small size. If you can't hold yourself back from the urge of pushing the button, do it on an evaluation account. Pick up a starter account right now and do it there. But anyway, be careful on the funded account. Just go small size, okay? On a trade like this, or let your, I mean, that's why I'm saying let your stop a little bit wider. That should be much better, right? Do it on a paper account. Now, there is something, and it's just my personal opinion, and you guys don't have to agree with me on that. Demo trading on a paper account is also, I say the same, like you can practice your entry model, that's good, but you have to put a little bit of a skin in the game. And that's why trading with a prop firm like MyFundedFutures is actually an awesome thing. Like, just a little bit of a personal story. Back in 2017, I had no idea. Actually, I had, but I was trading with my own personal money. And, I really was aiming that, oh man, how awesome would it be to partner up with someone, because I was stupid back then. I'm a little bit better now, so don't worry. So how awesome it would be to partner up with someone, raise a bit of a capital and trade a bigger account. Now, I'm so glad I didn't do that back then. And put a bit of a skin in the game, and forget about the profits. What would be the first goal on a starter account, for example, if you're new? The first goal, again, forget about the profit. The first goal is keep the account. Keep the account for 30 days. Yeah, but I'm going to get rebuild after 30 days, and that's not good. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this because I don't want to mock you with this. I'm saying this for those of you who are fairly new in this in trading, especially with futures and prop firms. So I know you're going to get rebuild, but trust me, you're going to gain so much confidence if you can keep the account, especially in a positive balance. That's going to help you a lot. Trust me, it's going to help you tremendously. Your confidence is going to be much better. So that would be the first goal. Keep the account for 60 days. And I'm just saying this to those who are new in trading, especially with prop firms, okay? Because I've seen so many people having like, it's good to have big goals and big numbers, right? But don't expect yourself. Don't expect yourself making that kind of money after like 30 days or 2 months or whatsoever. I'm not saying lower your expectations, but it goes step by step, baby steps, and it's going to do you good. Like, you're not going to waste that much money. And trust me, the feeling is going to compensate you if you keep that account. Okay. Now, that's all I can say about this. So definitely it's a good idea.
Tom.
Yeah.
What did you think of your first day?
Sorry?
What did you think of your first day?
Well, I'm speechless, but really, anyway, I just want to say I love the chat. I love the questions. I love the comments. I don't know, some kind of a special vibe is going on here, and I really love it. And I really have to digest all this because, 2 years ago, I haven't really thought about this, that I can work with you guys. And being here and represent you guys, and this is just awesome. So I'm really hoping that I can return as much as possible. So it was great, really.
And when will you be back, sir?
Well, I'll be having a coffee and I'll be here until the PM session ends. No, seriously, I'll be back tomorrow if you guys would love to have me. I'll be back. But
do we want him back? Do we want Tom back tomorrow?
Guys, do you want me to come back or this was enough? Because sometimes I just lose it and go crazy. Now, today I took my meds, so it was all good. But do you want me to see me tomorrow? Because maybe I go crazy. Who knows? So
I didn't take my meds today.
Oh, okay.
I'm off my rocker. That's why I'm doing so many giveaways.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What about the giveaways?
Right.
I don't know what's the code. What's the code? I still don't know.
The sneaky code?
Yeah, the sneaky code.
To be dropped. Yeah, I almost gave away how we're going to announce it. I guess before that, let's have a little bit of fun, Tom.
Okay.
We put a link in the chat for users to fill out a form. All they had to do was tell us what guest they would most like to see on MyFunded TV. We got, let's see here, 445 responses in 15 minutes. Many of you gave very lazy responses. Like you said, you want Matt Coward. You want Tom, you want Luke, you want Barbie. That is not the point of the question. What special guest would you like us to invite on? Now, who's already coming? Who can you already depend on? I was going to give away 5 accounts, but because we got so many responses, I'm going to do 10. I'm sorry, I have a cold. I need to cough. See, I'm working. I'm hustling for you guys. I busted through my shirt. I got a cold. Trying to keep the fun going, trying to keep the giveaways going. And so I'm going to read off the 10 winners, and then we'll have a final round of giveaways for y'all today with Matt in just a minute here. but I'm going to go quick, so listen closely. What do they say? Ears listening, eyes seeing. My fiance is a preschool teacher. I think that's what she says. Ears listening. We have Jordan Walls, Knight, 7 John, IT with P, Broke Gains, great username, Vitali, Rainy 500, Cal, Vortex, and last but not least, Cheater. Not a great username. Those are the 10 of you who are winners. You are going home with free accounts. We'll get the names over to support, drop a ticket into that, and the names will get there after the show. So don't worry if it's taking a minute to get you hooked up. But Tom, I'd like to thank you for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. Absolutely.
All right. And I would like to say hello to our new friend. He's joined us as a guest. We loved him so much. You loved him so much. We said we need more Matt in our lives. We love some Matt every day. Here he is. Matt Coward. How are we doing?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Good. We're rocking today. The chat is friendly. Sometimes they fight with us, but they're friendly today. Market's moving. Life is good.
Well, that's Wall Street, man. Wall Street's always a fight. That's how it goes, you know?
I suppose so.
Yeah. How was your morning? How was trading? This has been like the worst trading day ever. I mean, it's just going nowhere. It's boring. I'm falling asleep over here, man.
Well, don't sleep yet. 55 minutes.
Well, I can tell you guys bedtime stories if y'all, if you want to go to bed, while I'm waiting for this to play out. I've been just chilling, man. It's been good. I took a couple of stabs at this market, but just watching it bounce around, I think everything's waiting for the Fed minutes coming out this afternoon. And then after that, this is kind of an interesting news week. And I think that people are still kind of digest what happened over the weekend. Friday comes along. We all go into Memorial Day thinking this market's going to collapse out and crash out. And we come back on Tuesday and we're back at highs again. Trump's working things out and deals in the UK and stuff. So he's looking a little bit better.
Yeah. And Matt, would you mind introducing yourselves again, just for those of you who aren't familiar?
Yeah. So my name is Matt Coward. I'm a trader. I am the CEO of the Rocket Scooter trading platform, the one you see on my screen. I do full-time, futures trading. I've been trading since 2010 and full-time since about 2015. And I live stream on YouTube every single morning in the morning slot. So you'll see me live there. I was a chemical engineer for a handful of years, a little degree right there on the wall, collecting dust. And then I got into trading after the last financial crisis. And then I kind of never looked back.
All right.
And somebody asked if I'm a cat lover. I'm a dog lover. And you guys will meet Pickle sometime. Pickle is the mascot of my stream. And I'm sure he'll make his way into the to the show here at some point.
Give us a little more detail on Pickles.
Okay. So Pickle by far is the most amazing. Well, actually, would you guys like to meet Pickle? Would y'all like to meet Pickle?
One. We got to meet Pickle. Come on.
IDOC, you heard him. So Pickle on demand, by far, the world's most lovable, adorable, amazing. Well, pickles are delicious to eat. One of your most amazing, best snacks to have out there. Pickle is an English cream dachshund. He is now just over 6 months old, and he always makes appearances on the stream. So IDOC is bringing Pickle up. So you guys will meet IDOC as well. She's also a feature member of my stream. Usually this door will get a random entry from a dog, and usually a nice lady coming through here with the dog, and they're about to bring him up in just a second.
All right. So we're going to get to meet Pickle. And just a couple other intro questions, Matt, while we're getting to know you. What assets are you trading? Any way to describe your trading style?
Yeah, I do futures, so mostly just S&P and Nasdaq futures. My trading style is in the gamma exposure world, which is what Rocket Scooter is. We focus on finding high volume pivots and finding flow with those pivots. So I can actually use, if you guys have ever used volume profile before, volume profile looks at aggregates of previous volume from previous days. And then what it does is you try to make inferences on where the market can pivot based on where volume was the previous day. What we do instead is we use options to forecast where volume can be in certain hot spots before it happens, because options can tell you where volume is going to accumulate. So example is if there's a cluster of a certain amount of option that is going to be hedged to neutral, you can calculate how many shares need to be bought at that level versus how many need to be short. And because of that, you can calculate the flow. Is it long or short here? And if you look on my screen where I'm kind of circling to the right, you can see that there's kind of flow areas off of some pivots. So basically we can predict where volume pivots will be, right? Like predicting a volume profile before it happens. And the options landscape is very transparent at doing so. And then the flow can just basically be calculated, like, is it more long or short? So I find pivots and then I long off of them. I don't use much technical trading. I don't use pattern trading. I don't use candle analysis or even multi-time frames. I usually leave my chart on the 1 minute. I usually have my pivots marked, and then I just trade off of them, and I wait for the setups every single time.
Awesome. And as we look to this next hour, what can we expect? Like, what should we be tuned in for?
Well, at lunchtime, typically the market is decaying volume, right? The opening volume is decayed. European markets are closed. And you're kind of waiting to see how Wall Street is prepping for their return from lunch. Typically, every single day, equities index options, QQQ and SPY, will close on a daily basis. So in the last 2 hours of market, there's usually a run up that kind of realizes the risk in those options, whether they are in the money or out of the money. You're going to usually see volume start to pick up towards the end of the day. And so as in this session, I'm going to be trading that ramp up into that to kind of talk about market conditions. Are they deteriorating? Are they holding the fort? Like today, even though we're selling off a little bit, all the market conditions are still very bullish. They have been for the last 2 days. And the answer is, should we watch and see if those conditions are deteriorating? Are there any signs and evidence that the market's going to turn around? And how's it going to close? It's very important to kind of lead up into the close of the day, because the close of the day is the most important part of any trading day. If you look at the chart, you're going to have volume at the start of the day. It's really high. And at the end of the day is always the highest volume. This is when the most risk is realized and the most positions are taken. So the end of the day is the most important part of the entire path of the trade. And, the opening is the second most important part. So ramping up to that, super important. Plus a lot of the afternoon news, as we'll be live through Fed. We'll be live through FOMC minutes, which is today. So I'll be covering a lot of that for you guys and telling you how I trade it or how I avoid trading it.
All right. Well, Matt, before I pass it off to you, I would like to remind users that they have the opportunity to seize the best value in all of prop trading. That's right. Again. The best value in all of prop trading typically is our Starter Plus account. But this week, it's even better with 30% off of Starter Plus. It means for $89, you get our Starter Plus plan. There are no activation fees on it, ever. $89, that is your all-in cost. Pass your eval in 2 days, no daily loss limit. 15% consistency rule. It's often regarded as the best value in all of prop trading. So I'm going to drop a link in the chat with code YouTube. So that way you can go ahead and take advantage of that offer. It's not going to be here for very much longer. It's coming to that deal is coming to the end of its life. Link is in the chat.
Somebody said code Matt for 1,000% off. They want you to pay them to take these prop accounts.
So they want me to pay them $1,200 to take it. Shit.
It's worth it, guys. Oh, hey, Luke, wait. I hear something. On the other side of this door here. Wait, I think we have a special guest. May I introduce? Oh, hey. All right. Look who it is. All right. So I want you guys to meet Pickle. This is going to by far be the best part of the show. He's a great trader. I've got this guy already passing Starter Plus accounts, so he'll go funded probably next week. And this is iDoc with who is that? Who is this handsome guy in your shirt?
I'm here for Rocket Scooter. I'm here for Rocket Scooter.
So this is Pickle, you guys. You will hear him. He will bust in the door. Yeah, at times.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Pickle and Pickle's friend.
Say goodbye.
Cool. All righty, sir. Turning it over to you.
Pickle is thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Great to be here. I'm glad to meet all you guys. Pickle, his birthday was in September, so he's basically maybe 6 months old or 7 months old, whatever the math is there. So today, right? You guys, who here in chat took a trade? Did you guys take any trades? I kind of want to pull the chat and see. We know what our chat was kind of doing, but were you guys long or shorting today? I'm curious what you guys think. Sentiment of the market. Have y'all thought about anything bearish or bullish today? If you didn't make a trade, no, short, long. Let's hear it, chat. Long, short, flat. All right. It's good to see. Right. Today is kind of a choppy market. There's really not much to say. And out the door, we rejected off of a really strong pivot. One of the things you'll learn, and I'll just give you a little tour quickly on my charts. What you'll see on my screen on the left side is I have a chart with my futures that I'm looking at. And I have a second chart off to the right side with the equities product. So what you'll normally see if I'm trading NASDAQ futures, you'll see QQQ up on the side. And one of the strategies that I employ while I'm trading is I don't just look at the shape or the movement of the price itself in the NASDAQ futures, which a lot of you probably do that, which is fantastic. We add a little bit more to that technique. Whether you use patterns or shapes or indicators or anything, it's another cool thing as a futures trader to understand the mechanics of why the futures move, right? Your futures are going to be having two purposes, by the way. NASDAQ futures are trading on their own. They have their own independent supply and demand. They will go up They will go down based on you buying them and selling them. But also when you're not doing that, the futures are pinned to the index that they're supposed to track. And pinning, and what does that mean? Well, the futures are going to track the underlying that they're supposed to track. Oil futures are going to try to track a barrel of oil. And in this case, Nasdaq futures are going to track the NDX, which is tracking a market cap weighted sum of basket of stocks, right? And so when you're trading Nasdaq futures, it's very important to also kind of pay attention to what the stocks are doing inside of that index. If the Nasdaq futures are like trucking along, then somebody is like secretly dumping Apple, you're going to want to know that in like one place. You can't watch all 100 companies at once. So kind of what we design, and you'll see this on my stream, this will be hopefully very helpful to y'all for a little bit extra information, is that there's indicators like right at the bottom of my charts. And what this is are the stock aggregates. And I'll get to these like throughout the stream. So you'll learn more about this as the days go by. But I'm always checking what the stocks are doing to give me any extra clues what the index is going to do. Now, NASDAQ, while it did ramp up and rally pre-market and then sell off and come down to here, market is kind of chilling low. And I've marked 2 key spots on NASDAQ futures. And this is related to QQQ. So also on the right chart, not only am I watching all the stocks in one little gulp here, but I'm also watching QQQ because the NASDAQ ETF will actually show some extra clues based on its own supply and demand and its own flow. So an example, if you look to the right of that, the right of this chart, there is a little guide that you'll see, and we call this a liquidity map. And the liquidity map is exactly what it states. It's where liquidity is and where flow will be. And right here, it's got 2 little things that's telling me that there's really important flow from here up, which we saw at the start of the day. And there's also very important flow from here there. And so my 2 pivots I'm looking for are either a long chase from there or a long dip from there. And kind of in between, I'm sort of wondering what the stocks are doing to make my bigger decision. This is the closing price of yesterday's QQQ. This is today's opening price. And all of this is important for futures trading. If you guys have any question, by the way, feel free to yell at me a question. I can answer them, whatever y'all want. So as a futures trader, I want to watch the futures, the ETF, and the stocks all in one bite. And it usually is very helpful because there's a million reasons this thing moves. And I can come in with my hedge fund and dump 10 million shares of QQQ, and QQQ is going to tank. But once I stop applying that selling pressure, QQQ is probably going to jump right back up to where the stocks were, because if no one was selling the stocks, they're kind of tracking each other. So you'll hear me use the words tracking and trading. Those are 2 different words. The futures can be tracking and the futures can be trading. Right now, the futures are tracking. There's not really much trading on it. It's just doing what it wants to do. And let me show you guys something really cool. Now, this little piece of white box right here is called the redistribution zone. And what it is when the market opens or closes every day, you're going to see a gap, right? Every stock gaps, every ETF gaps, whatever, gap up, gap down. And inside of that gap is a very liquid spot, actually. The high volume at the open and close of every day creates liquidity inside of this box. Easy as that. And a lot of you guys are probably ICT. Who here is like an ICT trader, right? I'm not, but I love the style. A lot of people that use it, it's liquidity, right? Your job is finding liquidity. And so this is also another way to find liquidity as well. So inside of here, this middle spot of this highly liquid box, liquid and liquid, is actually very liquid. So inside of this box is a very liquid market. And liquid markets don't like to crash and they don't like to move. They like to stay put. And so when you're trying to look at the balance as to which way a tied, balanced liquid market is going to go up or going to go down, then what we do is we take our eyes down to what the stocks are doing. And this halfway point is very important to the pivoting of the day. If this white line I'm circling, this little number right here, is less than 0, then actually that dashed white line is resistance, okay? And so all morning we have been seeing the market like literally resist off of the halfway point. I've also taken these levels and transcribed them over here to futures. So it's the same levels off to the left with this little dashed line right in the middle. Let me draw them for y'all. So basically here, and this dashed line is representing the same thing you see off to the right, just in futures. And as you see, all morning long, we have been rejecting that midpoint because the stocks are also on the same side of their gap. So stocks have either gapped up and faded or gapped down and stayed down. This is market cap weighted. So I'm able to actually see all the stocks in one bite. Now, just because it's negative doesn't mean the market's going to sell off, but it means that the futures really lack the momentum to really push up to here to track the same, stocks that aren't moving. So the futures aren't likely going to rally if the stocks are like hovering down in here. And that's basically what I'm looking at. And these are some of the few confluence indicators that I do use to use the stocks in the basket to tilt the market in the direction I want to go. So right here, so despite the shape and the momentum and the other indicators that might indicate that price action is hinting at something, there might be like bull flags and pennants and head and shoulders and stuff. I try to err to the side of, if there is no volume, which in the lunch hour, there's not a lot of volume, that the market has just resulted to a lot of tracking the underlying. And therefore, I'm looking for clues to see if the stocks are moving all at once or at all. And right now, the stocks are picking up a little bit of a bump since about there, but they haven't really picked up any momentum from here as well. So I am kind of waiting to decide if I do want to long this or not. The minute this white line goes positive, baby, I'm in that long. So that's kind of how we do it. So anyways, in chat, you understand sometimes the markets are going to be kind of crummy. Don't ever force a trade. I kind of made a career out of being the most, the greatest storyteller on my stream, because I'm spending a lot of time waiting and I just tell stories about my life or stories about pickle, because I'm not always trying to entertain or force a trade. And in trading, I learned that, the biggest and best skill set I've ever had, the change in the skill set that I've ever had comes from basically two things. Like the first one is whenever I realized I wasn't losing money anymore, that was the biggest milestone in my trading. And I know a lot of you guys in the middle of your journey and, obviously traveling in your journey with MyFunded or even traveling your journey with me, I'm glad to be here as a guide or a mentor with you guys. I've been doing this for 15 years and 10 years full-time. And I'll tell you, the biggest change in my trading style was when I stopped losing money. It wasn't when I started making money or making money consistently or even making a lot of money or whatever. That wasn't really the biggest change or even the change in me. Like personally, the thing that meant the most to me was when I stopped losing money. It was like that moment in time when I realized I can actually do this. When I wasn't like hemorrhaging. Trust me, you guys may watch me on YouTube. You may watch me anywhere else. You may think I'm okay or whatever. I used to be horrible at trading when I got started, like most everybody. And I was an engineer. I got laid off from my job in the last recession, 2010. Picked up trading. I had this, chip on my shoulder. I thought I was the smartest guy in existence. I had an ego. Most engineers do. How many engineers in chat? It's really hard to walk into this thinking you're so smart, you're going to ace it and then get your butt handed to you. And then kind of like to figure out, okay, I'm not as good as I thought, and have that humbling experience and try to figure out how to make heads or tails out of this world. That's kind of where I was. And the biggest milestone, like I said, is when I finally got to a point I wasn't losing money anymore. And if you're at that point in your own trading, if you're not losing money, you're like this close to making it, because the next step is just that one thing you're missing. The journey is to get to the point you're not losing anymore. And that's kind of like one of the biggest steps I took. And the second thing I said, which is the biggest part of my journey, was how I achieved that. And how I achieved not losing anymore was by not trading a lot. And you guys may or may not understand how to quantify that. Like, you can just wake up and sit out. That might be the best trading decision you ever made. But to come up with a strategy that has rules that says, no, like sit out now because this thing is happening, sitting out and committing to sitting out was by far the thing that took me over the hill to the next level. The less you do, the more you're going to do. And especially when you're trading trader funding programs, they're going to have end of the day drawdowns and trailing drawdowns and daily loss limits and all kind of different stuff, right? You guys trade all kind of different types of accounts, and each one of them is, designed with limitations. They're going to be hard to get over. And the easiest way to get over them is to trade less. The market is not in your favor. There are people out there that know more than you. They have more information than you. They have better day than you and faster day than you. And there's manipulation, all kind of stuff. The market is designed to be against you. And in math and statistics, we tell you there's a thing that's like called the law of large numbers. The law of large numbers basically states that with infinite number of iterations and a set of games or tests, that the actual statistical result, the average or the mean result, will come true. So the example is, and I always try to tell this in my stream, is that if you were to play basketball one-on-one against LeBron, and you were like, somebody said you can play LeBron for $1 million, and you get to design the game and you get the ball first, and you go, okay, well, here's the game. I'm going to play to 1 point and I get to shoot first, and he needs to stand 10 feet away from me. And if you make that basket, you win. Because if you actually go in there and play him in 100 games, you're going to lose 100 times. The law of large numbers states you're going to get clobbered. You know, you're terrible at basketball compared to him. So like the point I'm saying is that Wall Street is LeBron and you're the other person. And the more you play this game, ultimately the house and everyone else has an advantage against you. Everyone has an advantage against you, whether it's Wall Street, prop firms, whatever. And your job as a trader is to go out there and win, right? We all want to win. And the winning is achieved by doing less. And I know it sounds weird, but it's waiting and waiting for something to add up and striking when it makes sense. Finding the thing that's your edge and being patient to wait for it. Why am I not chasing this long here? Well, I've got something that's kind of giving me, it's not really laying up for me. So, okay, do I still want to risk it? Maybe. Let me take a small position. Or is the confluence there? Let me take a large position. Or are things kind of up and down and I don't have good solid confidence? Let me sit out. Like the choice to not do something, and you might see this a lot in lunch because there's usually not a lot of activity in lunch, but I call it active restraint. It's not just I'm scared of the market, I'm sitting out. It's like, no, these are the odds. The odds are against me, so I'm going to sit out. And as you guys are going through your journey, I would just kind of tell you the biggest thing you'll be looking for is some kind of strategy or some kind of rule that teaches you to sit out or something that tells you, let me avoid this until things are better. What I'm doing right now is I know I have a really solid pivot. I know this pivot right here that I'm circling on my screen, 80% of days will bounce off of that bottom blue line. So that's something I have in my back pocket. If the market were to fall or Trump starts talking, or I don't know, the Fed minutes come out and somehow they're not like a muted, boring response like we think they're going to be, and the market somehow dumps really quick, well, the average trader might be seeing this and saying, you know what, let me jump in on this and try to chase that short. And me, I'm in my back pocket. I've got this good long setup there. And at maximum panic, I'm taking my risk there. And so as a trader, like being patient, like I tell people, like walk around as a sniper instead of like, you ever play video games like, Call of Duty, or like when I was a kid, we had Doom, right? You don't want to walk around with a shotgun, turning every corner, trying to pick up every single little trade you can with the widest spread of activity. You want to be a sniper. You want to wait, you want to aim, you want to think, and then you want to act, right? That's kind of my strategy. So, and you guys are here to chat. You're in the journey with me. So feel free to always ask questions or ask me what I'm doing, or even ask anything about me or whatever we're doing. So you guys are asking like any questions about the strategy or whatever, just hit me up. See a lot of people in this chat. This is crazy. All right, guys. So today, let's talk about it. A couple things I look at every single morning. I have 3 indicators that are really good at spotting a bull or bear market. When it comes to confluence, I've got this thing right here at the top left. What this is a ratio of a bull bear bias ratio, and it just says DD. That's the name of the DD number. And what that number tells me is that 92% of the stocks are in what we call a bull zone. They're in a bullish hedge territory where they're just the options sold against the stocks are getting more long than short pressure against them. So on the right side of the screen, if I type up any stock or anything like this, put Apple, for instance, right? You'll see that Apple is trading either in a bull zone or a bear zone or somewhere in between. Currently bull zone. It means Apple is trading well into the money of a bunch of calls, more so than well into the money of a bunch of puts. If you were to like let go of your trading of Apple, the hedging would just kind of float Apple higher naturally because calls are in the money. And you see Apple, while it has a little bit of volatility, it's still kind of like floating gently higher, but that's because it's bullish, right? So because the stocks will have that natural wind blowing them, right? We want to see like what the sum of all the stocks are doing at once. This guy right here at the top is that market cap weighted sum of all those stocks in the same thing. 92%. 92% of the market cap of the S&P is in a bull zone, baby. So that's good, right? That's pretty good. While on Friday of last week, it was the other way around. So when we came to trade on Tuesday morning, once the holiday was over, the market had flipped around, mostly because of the better news in the trade war stuff, right? Like Trump was very much working out deals with the UK and pressing the tariffs delay further in time. Which anything related to the tariffs, less severity is going to be bullish, as we learned in Europe. Once Trump paused the tariffs on April 9th in Europe for 90 days. That the DAX that had been selling just like us, and DAX is Germany's version of the Dow Jones. It's like their top 40 companies. And so the DAX is now all the way up at all-time highs right now. So, we're still remembering that kind of trading, and our traders are still thinking the same thing. No trade war, no tariffs, just the hope of that back to all-time highs. Because the problem that's bringing the market down right now is basically two things. While the CPI is in the mid twos right now, the Michigan numbers, which do come out on Friday, have been projecting a 7% 1-year inflation expectation. And Jay Powell ain't going to lift a finger cutting rates anytime soon with 7%. That's a given, right? And the minutes come out today, and the minutes can reflect that same thing. While the CPI looks good, those Michigan numbers that are including the inflation don't look good at all. The GDP is going to take a hit as well because of all of this. And because of that, Wall Street's kind of on the fence of the only bet we really have right now is the only bad news that we're staring at are tariffs. And that's basically it. Tariffs are going to drive everybody's hand. It's going to drive the economy down. It's going to drive things different. But once we rebalance and stabilize, once the tariffs are full in effect and the market's kind of adjusted and the business have adjusted, it's not bad for the economy in general. It's overall bullish in the long term, but the short term is going to be really hard to be bullish if things get worse. Wall Street's betting on two things. Wall Street is betting that it's not going to get worse, and they're also betting that Trump's going to fold on China. How do I know this? I was trading the same trade war 8 years ago. You may think that this is all new because it's the first time you've seen it. Everyone here, were you trading 8 years ago? Tell me in chat. You were here 8 years ago. I want to see it. It's the same script. Literally the same script. Trump gets in a room. China gets in a room. They say we're going to make a deal. Market goes up. They retreat to their corners. They yell and scream at each other over social media. Well, this. Well, screw you. We'll screw you more. And then, it's falling apart. And the market tanks that day. And then there's rumors that they're going to get together and meet and market rallies the next day. It's the same script. And ultimately, Trump folds. That was the final act of that play in like 2018 and whatever that was. And that will be the final act of this play. It's likely that they go nowhere with their negotiations. It maybe is good. It's maybe bad, but there's not going to be a huge press of tariffs on China. I don't think. I think at the end of the day, after all the chess beating, it's going to go away. How do I know that? Well, Wall Street is rallying pretty hard, betting on that going to happen, because Wall Street is seeing the same song and dance the last time. Somebody says they're in middle school, LOL. So yeah, right. I'm like the old millennial boomer in the room here, but yeah. So I was there trading it. It was the same nonsense. The chart did the same thing. I mean, like back in the day. Let me show you guys what the last trade war looked like. Okay, let me load up a little Thinkorswim chart here. It's pretty gnarly. Like I was trading it. Hold on, let me clean this chart up a little bit. Here we go. And way back here, there she is. Yeah. So, I mean, hold on, let me move this indicator off of here. Yeah. So look at this, right? That doesn't look much. Wait, hold on. This is 15. Does this look much different than what we're dealing with now? I mean, it's practically the same. I mean, it's all of this nonsense, right? And yeah, the market gets crazy, but then after a while it forgets. And then, rallied up until COVID. So whatever. We'll end up seeing what happens. So honestly, right now, what I think is, things are looking a little more stable in general. We had a scare last week, right, with the Moody's downgrade. And I'll tell you guys something else. I was trading during the Fitch downgrade. And while Fitch is not the more like, Moody's is the more like reputable or trustworthy source or whatever. Fitch is kind of the one people shrug off. But Fitch downgraded our credit, and our credit has been downgraded in the United States like 3 times in my lifetime. And one of them was in 2023, and one of them was last couple of weeks ago. And when Fitch downgraded us, just letting you know that the market kind of took a 3-month detour. In that particular note, if you guys didn't see that on the chart here, I'm actually picking up some steam. So I might start thinking about taking a long here in a second. Fitch is right here. When Fitch downgraded us, we gapped down and just sold off for 3 months. Now, what does that mean? Like when you get credit downgrades, right? The willingness for people to hold your debt and all that kind of goes down. The bond market's likely to go down further. And the bond market's already in trouble right now because of the yields aren't that high compared to inflation. So, it already damages another troubled bond market as well. But then also, your country that borrows money to thrive is going to have a harder time getting a loan if your credit score is worse, right? But it's, the downgrade wasn't that bad. We kind of went from like an 850 to like an 835 credit score, but still Wall Street freaks out when you get that. So the question was, why haven't we freaked out yet? And we kind of did last week. It was a delayed response. We didn't sell off until the bond auction came out on Wednesday. which was the only major catalyst we had, but also we were locked into VIX monthly expiration, which was Wednesday morning. After VIX expired, then the market sort of like rolled into that new contract, and Wednesday took the first cast it had to kind of like realize some of that down pressure you would see from that Moody's downgrade. So basically, we're kind of still trading inside of there. Wall Street hasn't forgotten that, but we've kind of rallied on this positive news in the tariff world. And so now we're kind of torn between two things. And as you'll learn from me, when you're tied between bull and bearness, side to the bull. Bull side is pretty much the most common side you will see in the market. If you go count monthly candles over the last 10 years, 70% of those candles are green and 30% of those candles are red. And of those 70% of candles that are green, 80% of them didn't sell off more than a third of their gain at the end of the month. But in those red candles, of the 30% that were red, did you know that 60% of them rallied almost a third of their loss by the end of the month? So with that being said, is that green likes to be green and red likes to try to become green. So if somebody ever you have a tie and the market is tied and you're like, I don't know which way it's going to go and it's liquid and balanced, you always want to bet up, right? And so in this mode, I pretty much take a bull stance. About 90% of my trades are bullish. My trading win rate, you guys will see all over my social media I post. This year, I'm trading about 75%. And like I said, the secret to that's not trading a lot. Waiting for something to add up and striking. I'm really good at picking the direction, but I'm also really good at waiting for the best point to go. This is trading to a really nice spot here. I don't have the full confluence to tell me it's going to go much further than that. If I were to make a call for the day, what I think is going to happen is the market's going to make an attempt for here. And if the stocks aren't going with it, it's probably going to reject that and start play inside of this box. Because I don't have the full confluence, I can read this and say, this is 40 points in NASDAQ. I usually take a 40-point stop. It's a 1-to-1 coin flip. Yeah, it's all set out, right? That's kind of like what I'm staring at today. So monthly candles are mostly green. Daily candles are mostly green. Actually, pretty cool thing. If you go to the daily chart and count any daily path of like bull or bearishness, you will see that on daily charts, in a bull market, bear market, doesn't matter. You will have like basically one green for every red candle. It's about 50-50. And one cool thing that you'll learn from me, especially in this stream, is I have 3 really solid confluence indicators. The bull one I told you about earlier, this guy. If I do, let me show you this. I have 3 indicators that I call the greater market, and you'll hear me talk about this all the time. If all 3 of these indicators are bullish, the market is extremely bullish. And in that mode, in the back test that we do, 70% of days are green. Right now, all 3 of those indicators are bullish. So about 7 out of 10 days are likely to be green in this environment. So I'm not like sitting here betting the market's going to sell off. The code is tickle the pickle. Somebody said, wait, what's the code for? Are y'all like giving away something? Because I want something if y'all are giving away something. All right.
Should we do a giveaway?
People are jonesing for it, man. I see it in chat.
I've already done 9 giveaways today.
Well, we must round that up to 10, right?
Should we? All right. How about we do this one? All right. It'll be the first one of this nature we've done so far today. And tomorrow we'll have a code ready. We'll do a big one tomorrow. Okay. Matt's session. We're going to do a big one tomorrow. I'll get the code prepped. But for right now, in the spirit of steering chat away from just begging for giveaways and actually posting useful, interesting content, I'm going to be looking for 10 of the most interesting questions or comments that you have for Matt. I'm going to be jotting down usernames, and the 10 of you will be taking away some free resets. How's that?
I like that. I like that a lot. The 10 most interesting questions for Matt. Let's go.
Let's go. Let him rip. And again, if you're new to this channel, you're joining because of Matt, just like I am only here to see Matt. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button. We've got a couple special promos coming around. Make sure you have notifications on and you will see them. But Matt, back to you. I will be watching for questions.
Even I typed a joke. I had a question for Matt. Wow, there's a lot of questions there. Okay. Let's see. Do you want me to pick the 10 best, or do you want to pick the 10, or we do 5 and 5? How do you want to do it? Okay, I'll pick
All
the
right.
10
No,
best.
I'm back. It just takes me a second. Let's do 5 and 5.
All right. Okay. I will pick 5, and then you can pick 5. All right. I'll read from the top and to see what I got here. What's the best? You want me to answer the questions or just pick the questions first and then answer them later?
I think you know your flow.
Okay.
Keep your flow.
All right.
What's
So
example?
I like, let's see. Chris Rodriguez had a good question. What's the best way to stay emotionally detached during a big? The first question I read. The best way to stay emotionally detached during a big winning streak or losing streak is to assign yourself to the belief that there's no such thing as a winning streak or a losing streak. That's all mental. Yeah, tell yourself it's called the hot hand fallacy. That doesn't exist, and it's a fairy tale to believe that there's a such thing as a losing streak. I've been known to take 5 repeated losses and still stab at the same trade and ultimately win and turn green for the day. So Chris Rodriguez, winner number 1. I love that. What's my favorite font? Sans serif, baby. KJ. That's the winner. I love that one too. What was the one piece of advice you'll give to your profitable self, PB trading? The one piece of advice to give to your unprofitable self is that profitability is not your end goal as a trader. If you're in this to make money, you're in this for the wrong reasons. The reason that you want to be a trader is the reason you want to do anything in life is because you want to just be good at it. It doesn't matter if there's a prize at the end of the line. You just want to do it and you want to be good. So the unprofitable self is don't chase after the money. Don't chase after the Lambo. If you don't lose money, money will come later. But the goal is to be good at something. So focus on mastering your craft. All right, PB trading. That's number 3. I like that one. God, all these questions are great. Why is your dog named Pickle? All right, that's a great question. So because iDoc likes to pickle. I have a garden, so I like to pickle all my peppers. So we were like, let's come up with a name for the dog. And he's a wiener dog. And we were like, come up with the stupidest names ever. Like, let's call him Oscar after Oscar Mayer. And then we were like, oh, let's call him, like something long, like pencil or something like some. And then we just said pickle because I've never heard somebody name their dog Pickle, and he kind of looks like a giant pickle. So that's number 4. Pips King, I like your question there. And the last one, I like all y'all's questions, by the way. Let's find one more. Where did I meet iDoc? Obviously, we were at a grocery store and we both reached for the last box of Quaker Oats at the same time, and it was romance in there. No, I'm just kidding. I'll tell you guys stories as time goes by. I got plenty of time to talk, but I think Grok will ever be a great trader. That's a great question. I don't think AI has the capability of ever being a great trader because I don't think the stock market's predictable. Therefore, I don't think AI can predict it as well. That's a great trade question. That would be Vervon. I like you as well. Those are my 5.
All right, my turn.
Go for it.
All right, this is from Clayton. Matt, how long did you back test to find your strategy?
My strategy has been back tested since about 2019. So I've got about almost 6 years of data now.
Okay. This one's from Alexei Zubkov, Russian fella maybe. What's your experience with shakeout scenarios? If price consistently rejects a key level 2 to 3 times, but finally breaking through, is that breakout more likely to fail, a trap, or extend aggressively?
I would say on the bull side, it's more likely to hold. On the bear side, it's more likely to also fail. The market wants to be bullish more often than it's not. The number of times that a pivot is attempted before it does break does not correlate in my findings to the strength of that thing. And the market has so many reasons it does or doesn't move. I don't have a discrete number of times something attempts to break before I take a pivot on it. As I said earlier, I'll hit a pivot 5 times if it fails and still hit it. I don't say it's failed 5 times and I'm no longer believing in it. Markets move for many different reasons, and whatever was the cause of it moving could have basically been neutralized. And then that actor that's making it move cannot be trading anymore. So statistically, I don't subscribe to the fact that the number of times has any meaning at all to the strength or not. Because if a pivot's really strong and one strong buyer comes in, it could break. The pivot's very weak, but no buyers step in, it couldn't break. If the pivot's very strong, but a bunch of tiny buyers come in, maybe it won't break. So there's 2 sides to that, and you won't ever see the motivation of the buyer to come in to break the pivot. You won't know what the power they have is So it's hard to guess what the attacking side looks like to determine the strength from there. Great question.
All right, number 3 from Mr. David Parkins. You use SPAN to determine DD bands. How does SPAN relate? How does SPAN 2 relate? Do you think it makes a distinctive difference?
Oh, that's a very detailed question. So now I don't have time to answer all of it, but tomorrow I will give you more information about SPAN. Is a program that CME Group uses to set margin requirements, and basically SPAN is looking at all reported positions in futures to determine where people's risks are in the market. And if the margins go up, it means the risk is distributed in a different way than if the margins go down. The margins go down, people tend to be more tighter in their positions, and it doesn't have to, the market can move more freely without triggering a bunch of margin calls. If the probability that margin calls go up when the market moves X amount of distance, then the CME Group will raise margin requirements with that. Because of that, we've made indicators that exploit that principle. We use the margin requirements to come up with a couple of bands that are very useful. And I'll trust me, there will be plenty of days I talk about them. These little green bands here, they're roughly, 90+% chance we close in between them. The market doesn't really break it, and they're ideal pivots to trade off of. Now, to compare SPAN 1 and SPAN 2, as time went by, the CME Group kind of they upped their model a little bit with a little bit more extra consideration to make the SPAN model a little stronger. Now the answer, like the difference in our calculation, is our calculation uses SPAN 2. Now we modified when CME Group modified, because you have a long side margin and a short side margin now, so we use both of them for considerations. But anyways, this is futures mechanics talk underneath it. But great question, and I have plenty of time to talk about SPAN every single day. So cool question.
All right,
man.
David, good question. Clearly, El Koala, which I believe is the koala in English. Have you ever been bitten by Pickle?
I was bitten by Pickle 3 times this morning on the stream. Are you kidding me? He comes up and gnaws on my face all the time. She came over and brought him in, and I think he hates the lights, but every time I hold him, he's like, rah, 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 rah. But it's like love bites, though. He's never really like bitten me to hurt. He just doesn't understand that he's a puppy and his freaking teeth are too sharp. He doesn't understand that. And it's hard to hate that dog. He's so cute.
All right, last one, number 5. Going home with a freebie. Janie asks, what was the hardest lesson you had to learn before you became consistent?
That I'm not the smartest person I know in the room at trading. Okay. I'm not going to lie. When I was in school, I did very well. When I was in engineering school, I was 3rd in my class. When I went to my job, I aced it. I got promotion the first year. I thought I was hot crap. Like, I thought I was the best, smartest, most amazing person that I knew. And that was by far like the hardest thing I had to deal with, right? Mm-hmm. To learn that you're not what you thought you were when you get into trading. Whatever you think you are, it doesn't apply to what you do. Trading has nothing to do with how smart you are, how tall you are, how fast you are, how great you are in bed. None of that matters. Okay. Trading doesn't care about anything. Trading is a whole separate skill set that matters on exactly what you do. And every trader I know that's really good is very good at one thing, and it's making risk-based business type decisions. Everyone that's great at trading will be great at opening a donut shop. And if the donut shop doesn't work out, they can open a taco shop. It doesn't matter. They have a mindset to open a business, to fight through the hurdles and make their way get better at whatever it is. It's a business acumen. And so you're going to actually be challenged with things you've never been challenged before, especially if you come out of the career field where basically your job was somebody gave you an assignment and you completed it and did very well. In trading, nobody's handing you anything, and maybe some people like us might be giving you some wisdom or teaching you, but nobody's teaching you this part of the game. And this part of the game is basically forged through fire. You learn it over time. And whatever you walk into the door with, don't leave it at the door, because none of it applies. People that I know that are good at trading, they all would be the people that would go to a store and they'd see a coupon that says buy the chips and get the salsa for free. And then they would look and say, oh, well, where's the salsa? Oh, well, it's out. And then most of you might be like, you know what? Forget the salsa. I'll just get the chips. But then the trader would go, oh, well, wait, salsa is $4. And if I go ask the manager to get it and he brings one for me, that's 1 minute at a time. So that's $240 an hour. That's a doctor's salary. I want the salsa. You see the difference, right? So a trader will think like that. Every decision is an opportunity. It's a value-based decision. It's a risk-based decision. Is my minute of time worth the $4? Well, it's only $4. No, it's $4 in a minute. It's $240 an hour. Okay, then that is significant. It's worth your time. And all traders will start thinking like that. And that's the skill set I picked up over time, is that every decision I make, value, risk, time, and money, and that's it. And it didn't matter what I knew in school, because none of that applies. So that's the biggest lesson I'll tell you that you can take away. You're going to have to learn how to clip coupons to become a good trader for the most part.
I love that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Matt, I'll give it back to you for the next 5 minutes or so here. And then we'll tell people when they can see us tomorrow. How's that?
Excellent. Excellent. And chat, there's only 467 likes on this stream. Let's get those numbers up really quick. I want to see 500. Would you, maybe, Luke, you can give them, you were going to do a giveaway, right? Because we had this 10 people. So maybe if we get 500 likes, you know, today, maybe I'll do a giveaway at some point of something. Maybe Roxy giveaway at some point. Maybe. I got an idea. Y'all do me a favor. Hold on. Let me find it. All right. As a matter of fact, if I get 500 likes, I want to see y'all clicking that button. Click that button really quick. And I want you guys to do me one favor. I want you to type MyFundedFutures in chat, MFFU. Okay. Everyone type that in chat. And the winner, I'm going to spin the wheel one time. The winner up here, MFFU, put the U at the end. The winner, I will give a lifetime license to use our platform. That's like $4,000. So I'm about to give you guys $4,000. One person. So click that thumbs up button, bottom of the channel. Let's go. Go down there, click it. In chat, you only have to type once though. Oh, you know what? Hold on one second. Oh, you know what? You guys, never mind. I can't use my spinny wheel thing today. I forgot because this is not my channel. Oh, darn. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll pick somebody at random. Okay, I'm going to pick a random person. I'm going to close my eyes and do it. I have this cool spinny wheel thing that I use, but because I'm not logged into the YouTube, it's MyFunded's doing it. I can't do my spinny wheel. However, I'm going to teach them how to use the spinning wheel. It's great. All right. I'm going to spin the wheel very rapidly, and wherever my mouse lands in this chat, I'm going to give you a lifetime rocket scooter. Just as a fun little icebreaker. Nice to meet you. Okay, ready? All right. I'm going to spin it 3 times. I'm going to go to the top. Ready? 1, 2, 3. It's landed on somebody named Gypsy. 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 Okay. That's it. No more typing. That's you. You're the winner. All right. So get in touch with me. I'm sure these guys will toss you my my email here, actually. Actually, you know, our Discord. All right, you guys, stop typing. Refresh, Matt, LOL. Okay. All right, you're good. All right, congratulations, Gypsy. Go here, my Discord, and just send me a message. I'll hook you up. All right, cool. So I gave a giveaway. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on in the futures market. Still chilling. Still watching the S&P and NASDAQ push up. We're over 1,000 likes. Are you kidding me? Let me refresh the channel. Hold on. There's no way. It said 467 a second ago. Now it says 1.1. I love it. I love it. Okay. Here we go. See, that's the thing. YouTube sometimes freezes up for me a little bit. So we should be good. Yeah. It was like weird because it was stuck at 400 likes a little bit ago. So now we're over 1,000 likes. Perfect. Okay. Congrats, Gypsy. Gypsy. Send me a message. So one more giveaway. Are you kidding? Okay. Fine. You guys are so demanding. Okay. One more. Ready? On your mark, get set, go. I'll do one more. I'll do 2 lifetime giveaways. That's cool. So you guys can use our platform if you want. So this is kind of fun. All right. 1, 2, and 3. This landed on somebody called Liminal Reality. You are the winner, number 2. Okay, cool. All right. Liminal Reality and Gypsy. Congrats. Okay. Awesome, you guys. Very cool. All right. Giveaway over. No more spam chat. All right. Any more questions, though? You guys got me for about 5 more minutes. What would y'all like to know about the rest of the market day? Be careful, by the way, trading for the rest of the day, because today we have minutes coming out, and minutes are going to be a big deal. Actually, let me pull the news up on the screen really quick. So I have my little spread of information stuff that I look at up here. And thank you for putting slow mode on. Appreciate that. Right here. Okay. So today we've got FOMC meeting minutes in 35 minutes. I'm gonna expect that to be kind of muted. We don't expect Jay Powell to be doing much. I don't think that we're gonna have a lot of surprises there. It's gonna be the same commentary. You know, the Fed is waiting to see the output of GDP. They're waiting. They have these 4 factors to look at: GDP, labor market, inflation, things like this. And there's gonna be the same comments that we've been hearing all the time from Powell. Probably muted. Half the participants think that we should have 2 more rate cuts. The other half think we should have 4. The timing is kind of variable on this. Last year, they thought it was going to happen before December. But now with the tariffs, I think it's going to happen much later, if anything at all. I don't think we're getting rate cuts anytime soon, unless the tariffs go away, because that 2% inflation is not going to happen at all. Tomorrow, GDP numbers are really big. Quarter over quarter growth numbers, the projection is expected to be less than 0. When you have 2 consecutive monthly reports of quarter over quarter growth that are negative, that's what we call a recession. So the question is, the projection is expected to be really bad. Tomorrow's GDP number is going to be probably one of the bigger catalysts we've seen in a while. This is something everybody's eyeballing because the last one was a shocker too. So tomorrow, don't sleep on the pre-market there. And rule of thumb, I don't trade during news events. I avoid them completely. So just know when these big 3, I use investing.com and I look for these big 3-star ones. And I don't have a position going into these things. So I avoid these days and then trade after the event for sure. But avoid going into it. And then Friday, core PCE is coming out. And then the big Michigan numbers. This is going to be one of the bigger movers as well. We got big news. And of course, NVIDIA earnings. That's kind of the big thing going on now. So, yep. And Pickle can outtrade Top Set. Somebody said Pickle can outtrade anybody, man. He's a great trader. I trained him myself. So looking forward on this. We're still bouncing between today's open and yesterday's close on the indices. The S&P kind of looks worse than NASDAQ did. But NASDAQ's still kind of holding the fort like a champ. Nothing's really improved on the stock side. Everything's just kind of sort of like slightly looking better. Well, I did make an attempt to run to try to, reclaim today's open. There's really nothing super tradable about this. Normally, I'd be fighting it and jumping into position, but I don't have anything right now to trade. So just chilling. Where's that long pivot right now? The close and open are the only 2 pivots nearby that are worth anything. And so until I have, confluence that believe that the market's going to go up, I probably am not going to take it. When I first started, what was your biggest challenge? What challenges do you still face? Right now, I face the challenge of it's almost 12:30 and I must go in a second. But the quick answer to that question is that, the biggest challenge I faced was obviously myself. And also a physical challenge. That's a mental challenge. A physical challenge was, what do you do when you're trading and also working? And I'll talk about that tomorrow on the show because I'll be back, hopefully. You guys want me back? Let me know if you want me back. I'd love to come back. And if I am, I'll tell you that story tomorrow.
Do we want Matt back? Do we want 30% off Starter Plus? 2 critical questions. Yes, we want more Matt tomorrow. What time will you be here, sir?
12:30 Eastern.
11:30 Central, 10:30 Mountain, 9:30 Pacific. If you're just waking up, 6:30 a.m. Hawaii.
Oh, you're good at that.
We'll be here. If you are new to the channel, we start every day at 9 a.m. Eastern. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We take a look at the open, ES, and Q, the most interesting chart of the day, every single day. I think we got to bring out some bigger giveaways for you tomorrow, Matt. For the users who are loyal and are excited to be back. I'll get those all cooked up.
Yeah.
We're going to leave now to go do that work. And thank you for being with us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys. Awesome. Nice to see you guys. And also, chat, thank you for being here in this afternoon with us. And we will see you all tomorrow.
All right. Happy trading.